Alrighty.
Is it the video where she goes, I don't want to be anyone's
Yeah,
child anymore?
exactly that one.
Oh, okay, I saw
Hi,
that.
everybody. Hey, Ari. It's glad to see you first. Also, yes, the customary monthly All right. Unfortunately, Frey, aka Karia, is currently dead to the world. Apparently, no amount of sleep will ever satisfy that dragon. So, we're gonna have to start with him for now. And if he wakes up, will eventually join us. But for now, we'll just say Karia is comatose.
And
Right.
I was until I woke up.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
So yeah, the group has just left the village after putting it to the ground to dissuade people from sticking around in that area and also hopefully stymie any spreading corruption. And are now, I suppose, deciding on a course of direction, a course of action. Also, as I remember it, Siren is brewing some tea for some from Sicky Boys, and Chico is about to have the effects of calm emotions wear off on her.
Oh boy. It's okay, Vark. If you don't move, she won't notice you.
The cart is an enclosed space. I'm looking forward to seeing how this shakes out.
Wait, so Vark cast a spell on him? On her?
No,
No,
I did.
no, it was Siren that did that.
Darren, you cast a spell on her?
Yes,
Mhm.
he did.
Why?
I definitely
Because I
cast
was,
a spell on Chico. She's charmed by me for sure.
Oh my.
Uh-huh.
Because he's so pretty.
Siren was
You know-
helping. Siren was helping Chico get rid of the curse, just as Vark did, by also administering her some holy water. And then when she obviously also went down, Siren healed her back up, and then took the opportunity to also cast Calm Emotions, because she
Which
knew that she was
doesn't
going to
last
be
forever.
fuming at Vark and Karya.
It doesn't last
But it's
forever.
wearing off now.
Yeah, it lasts for a very short
It
time.
lasts for very long. Yeah.
Hey, sir, why are you sweating nervously?
Wonder.
Wow, Ted. Wow.
Conflict avoidant.
Not
And
conflict
now
avoidant, just
you brought the conflict to
ignoring her.
yourself.
Oh no.
So,
Where should we go?
do calm emotions wear off?
Yes.
Feeling the magical suppression wear off,
Slowly, you feel
anger comes welling back
Yeah,
forth.
it comes back like a slowly bubbling tide, once more coming up the bank of a shore, as you feel the magical suppression start to ease off of your natural emotions.
I cast Calm Emotions again.
Are you?
Imagine.
Actually, I don't, but I'm contemplating if I should.
It's a lot of level 2 spell slots you're burning there.
Yeah.
Chico
I've
just
learned a lot
hears
already healing you guys.
Chico just hears the Doom soundtrack slowly getting less and less muffled.
Oh, but I will
Bada,
spend
bada,
a channel energy, because I think even though I did heal Vark and Chico back up, they're still pretty low, so I will expend a... I'll use 2 uses of my channel energy. It's plus charisma, right?
I believe so. This is your...
The icon.
this
The
is your-
icons change on roll 20.
Yeah,
Oh
they
no.
This is your dream domain power?
do. Yes. No, this is the positive healing
Oh, yes.
channel energy.
Okay.
So 8 plus 15 points of healing to them both. And to anyone else
That
who's hurt, but I
is-
don't think anyone else is.
That's 23. So 24. Alright. After she's healed, she looks at Karya, not Karya, Chico will glance on the cart, focus on Siren and Vark. One of you pick. You or the other.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
If we're deciding who should take the punishment, I decide for myself. Please, don't.
We're not
Talk
deciding
about
on
this.
who's getting punishment. We're deciding who's first.
Ooh.
It's you.
I'll go first then.
Just one of you both know good luck. We're all counting on you.
I glare at the others, and we're turning back. Siren, I appreciate you making that holy water to get that, whatever the fuck that was, out of me. I don't, however, appreciate how you think it is in your control to mute my emotions. Were you in the same situation, I'd let you go off. Why? Because you're right. So, I'm letting you off light this once for all that you've done good. Do it again, I will not be letting you off so easily.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Now, Vark. Look at me.
Present.
Good. So,
Are you feeling
first things
alright?
first. Now's not the time for that question.
It is the perfect time for this question.
Oh my god, it's okay.
Not what I'm asking you. Firstly,
It's what I'm asking you.
what the hell were you doing?
Some of the residue from whatever substance comprised the clones created by the monsters was stuck in my blade. You know the one. You helped finish it.
Alright.
Trying to rinse it out, I realized it did not work. And I suppose I was following a hunch that it might be of some demonic or tainted origin. I tried to cleanse it with holy water that I had stashed away following our shopping trip in Lorbis. I am fully willing to admit that it was foolish of me to do such a thing in the confines of the house. Not just because you were there, but due to the unknown effects that the combination of the substances might have procured and also did. I apologize for this. And I will also say that the excruciating pain that I felt upon cleansing myself may have caused me to act rashly. I want to apologize once again for this. I didn't want to harm any of you.
You see, I'm mad. I'm mad because you put others around you in danger. I'm pissed because I got caught in a crossfire. While I'm willing to accept I'm willing to accept your forgiveness for endangering others around you, I'm not forgiving you yet.
That is absolutely
Do
understandable.
you know what that fucking substance was? It felt like hell having it in me. It felt even worse coming out.
Vark just kind of shows off his hands, you know, more so his hands and his arms with all the tattoos on his arms, showing that Lichtenberg scarring. Do you know what that is, out of character?
The in this
I mean,
also,
I
hello,
do,
Frey.
but-
Welcome in. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello, sorry, I was very dead. I fell asleep at 8 o'clock in the morning.
It's okay. I'm
Rip.
glad you
I
got
love-
some
I
sleep.
also woke up late.
But yes, in the
to the
case
what?
in the case of Vark, the Lichtenberg scarring is like lightning bolt or like spiderweb lightning pattern scars, which have formed tracing a pale white form series of almost spiderweb patterns up his dusky skin, as well as around the various tattoos going across the backs of his arms and over his shoulders. There's still a ring of angry, swollen red around all of his tattoos.
I am well aware of how painful it was. I can only be thankful that you didn't have any lasting damages like I did.
I'm grateful for that as well, but it's only a matter of luck. Now, Do you know what that substance even was? That
Presumably,
what got in me and you felt horrible. Oh, she shivers.
kind of watches her show for a moment, nods. Presumably, well, I have a
Thankfully, it's
theory,
not
but
in you
nothing
anymore.
more.
Glare. What do you say, Vark?
I have a theory, nothing more.
What is your theory? I'd rather not feel like that ever again, and if I can prevent it, I'm going to do what I can.
I have run some experiments on the corruption that is present in both Karia and Vair, following our encounter with the monster in the Lizard Folks Cave. Their taint, as he likes to call it, was similar to this.
Dang.
Not
Is that in character or out of character? Answer
Out of
wisely.
character.
Out of character.
I was gonna say in character, but out of character.
Good.
Hee
I see.
Tiki too.
She recites rubber temples. This is. I don't know about this. Well. Fine. Giving me something to work with. While I don't forgive you still, you're off the hook for now. I need to think for a while.
Your mercy knows no bounds, I thank you.
Holo will also poke his head in. Yeah, we did a little bit.
I cast a Jolt on Vark. I like that last comment.
Oh shit! Okay.
He just lowers his head a little bit. In deference.
You were not beloved today.
Take 2 damage. I don't like backtalk.
You jolted me.
I'm not joking.
Oh, boy.
No. I didn't say you're joking me. I said you're jolting me, and I laughed at that.
I hate you.
Does Vark have electricity resistance?
Actually
No, he
I
does
have electricity
You do?
resistance of 5.
You
You
better,
literally
do,
can't
actually.
hurt me with that.
you better not. Out of character.
It tingles.
Out of character. You better not say anything, or else it's gonna get worse.
Wait, you
No,
do,
no,
you do
just-
have electricity resistance?
I
thought you had
do
cold
actually.
resistance.
Fetchlings do.
They
Cold
do.
electricity.
Oh
Those
my
do.
god, I didn't know. I forgot about that completely. So yeah, the
Cold
lightning,
come more often.
the lightning, like, but it's a snap of electricity for a moment, where normally that would like lance into a creature's body. This actually more or less slips across his skin, follows the lightning scars across his body, down his legs, and into the we call it into the metal banding on the cart. And everybody else sitting in the cart gets a slight jolt of static electricity up the ass as a result of the conduction.
Flick actually jumps a little bit and goes, "Yow!"
Flicks for you actually see some of the people's hair are now standing on end. Flick's fur is like he's one big like blue Russian puffball.
One big puffball, yeah.
You don't know how angry I am that you're resistant to electricity. You don't understand the rate that
I can't discipline this
I'm-
man if he's immune to like my main resistant to my main element of magic.
But this
Exactly.
happened in the carriage or in the house?
Oh, this happened in the carriage.
Carriage.
Yep.
Oh, sucks to be you guys. I'm outside of it.
Also, Frey, real quick, your PNG. But anyway, so yes, so
Right?
you gave Bark a little static shock. It slipped off of him in a moment in a split second of it happened in a split second. It slipped across his skin into the carriage and then give everybody else a nice little zap. Not enough to actually damage anybody, but it did give everybody a nice little bit of Faraday hair. So yeah.
Siren just has like a massive afro now.
Well, actually, I'm also resistant to electricity.
That is true. Siren would not be affected.
I'm gonna end it. Oh.
I'm gonna end it.
Normally, people like an electricity mage would be very appreciative of having
also
allies that are resistant to electricity, so you
What?
end up doing less collateral damage. But apparently, your what do you call it? Chaiko is very unhappy with the fact that her whip, more or less, is less effective on some of them. Also,
Are we just a party of insulators?
seems like
Yes.
it. Everybody,
I'm gonna lose it.
Holo will not being the case because water conducts. But anyway, Frey, I think now that
Well, I'm immune to it. No, I'm
Oh,
kidding.
never
I
mind.
can
Okay.
go fuck yourself. Yeah, Frey. Now that I have you, PNG.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not on my computer yet. The
Oh,
baby is currently feeding. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes.
Good morning.
Well,
Aw.
listen, it's good that. Oh my god, I can't with the cuteness. Okay.
Mm.
What was I gonna say? Oh right.
You were crazy.
Siren says, no. Siren goes. Well, it's good that this corruption isn't inside you both anymore, but I do agree we should avoid that situation repeating itself at all costs, since it was. I mean, I wouldn't know, but it seemed extremely painful. I do think we should talk about this corruption more. I wasn't even aware before this whole situation that Kari and Valle carried such a thing within themselves and were with us this whole time. I think this is something important to watch out for in the future.
Holo
and
starts
yes,
casually
continue
whispering.
experimenting on.
Yeah.
Yeah, just Holo's just whistling now, just getting out of the car. Just
Actually, you guys probably would know that Karya and Vayer carried this because in the Troglodyte cave, he explained after he went berserk rampage
That-
when he got caught up in that.
everybody is at least aware of what exactly Vayer and Karya are suffering from, though not everybody has the same level of understanding about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That aside, before we continue too far with the conversation, you guys can continue in a bit, but now that the whole gang is here, we can finally come to a decision. It was talked about, but not solidly decided on. Where are you guys going?
Anywhere there's an
Oh,
ocean.
Yeah.
Well, the capital would take you towards the ocean. The tower is not too far removed, but is far enough removed that it would be not a matter. It wouldn't be a matter of like making a stop along the way. It will add a few more days to your travel time if you make the detour. Pros and cons being, you might if you go directly to the tower, you never know if the criminals after Vark are already set up. If you might beat them to the punch, or if you go to the capital, you might be able to cement more help, get Holo his spell book back, and potentially restock or load up on some stuff that may or may not have been present in Lorbus. Also, the Society Quadratica's headquarters is there.
The Society Quadratica, you say?
Yes.
Oh my.
One of the primary reasons you guys came to this fucking continent.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm here for the peace and quiet, Jackie.
Yes, all the peace and quiet you've had so far.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, only one group has tried to kill us. Wait, no,
That you know.
no, never mind.
You know.
It wasn't one group; it was multiple. One
technic-
was stopped.
Technically, one group wanted to kill Vark, or get him. Abduct him, maybe. Shake him down. I'll go with that.
Duck. Tim.
They were only targeting one of you. There was it was the village that tried to kill all of you.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes. Anyway, still, decision must be made. Otherwise, you're going to be trotting around in circles. Or Maria will make the decision on your guys' behalf.
let's head over to the Society Quadratica.
No,
I mean,
say,
the tower.
I say we're heading for the capital first.
I'd say capital too. I would like my
same.
spellbook back. I would.
I'm thinking. In character, no comment from me. I'm too busy doing the thinking.
Let's do
Rose.
hidden option 3 and go back to Lorb. Joking.
Yeah, just wash your hands of this whole affair.
Yeah.
I go back to the Lorbus to give the advisor a mouthful about Jorik.
I kill the advisor.
So it kills you. The advisor and the entire guard retinue kills you and then puts you up on the walls as an example.
Damn.
Your
There goes
capybaras
my
will not
massive-
save you. They can only castrate so many men before they get popped.
Damn.
Yeah, we have. It sounds like 3 votes for the capital. 1 vote for the tower. Siren and Karya, what do you think? See, dead silence. I love this.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. I originally was down to go straight to the tower like we were originally intending, but the issue is that Hollow Hollow is now missing his catalyst, and we kind of need to make sure that we're completely ready to go off and get into a fight. Yeah, 'cause
Hollow,
that-
Hollow,
that tower is gonna be
how
fun.
confident do you feel only being able to use cantrips, Hollow Hollow?
I have no damaging cantrip.
Support caster.
Yeah,
that's
precisely. I think that getting Hollow Hollow, not even just from a meta perspective, but from an actual perspective, Hollow Hollow needs to get his capybaras back. Because that's the only way he can not die. So I think we need to go to the capital, get to the ocean.
Holo Holo will offer to go take like an extra spare horse and just take and go on his way by himself, and he will try to meet up with you guys if you want.
Yeah, but every time you go off on your own, that runs the risk of you getting jumped, stabbed, robbed, mugged, and murdered.
Or cursed.
You know,
Or
you
cursed.
know, you're correct. But I have, if I can get my spellbook, I have a few other means of getting my fat ass out of there.
That's true.
Badass, huh?
And also just got the flight hex. Yeah, I can fly now.
You couldn't freaking fly. I thought you were a fish.
They
I
fly
can-
out. No, he's a flying fish.
Swim in the air. But yeah, if it saves you Goodfellas time, I could do that. Yeah, he could do that.
I mean, if Hollow Hollow, here's the question there, Quest. If Hollow Hollow broke off from the pack, took a horse, and then we made our way towards the tower, how long would it take for Hollow Hollow to get to us? What if we made a beeline straight for the tower? Would he make it in time? Would he be like an hour or two late? How bad would it be?
It would be a little up in the air because Hollow Hollow would have to navigate the tower unless he can find some sort of, map somebody made towards the tower rather than Maria, who has been guiding you guys so far and has both, maps that the country of Lorbus has been making, woohoo spycraft, and it's been the reason why none of you guys have had to make survival checks to find your way through the country. If Hollow Hollow breaks off, he's going to have to find his way to the tower, and depending on how well he does, he may get to you guys within a few days. He may be waylaid for weeks.
Okay, so maybe let's not split him off. Yeah, I think we still need to make
I
sure.
will say this.
Yeah.
Before we come to a full decision, I have magic that can help me navigate the wilderness.
Mhm.
It won't show me where a fucking tower is, but it will show me
you
where.
do. Yeah, that's right. You do have lay of the land, huh?
Yeah, I could go off natural landmarks and shit.
But will those
I
help
mean,
you
it's up
find your
to
way to
you
the
then at
tower?
that-
You don't have any idea of what sort of natural landmarks are around the tower.
That is true.
We could ask Vark.
So we could send a Vark off with Hollow Hollow to the ocean, and then wait, is it specifically the ocean or is it any large enough body of water?
It is specifically the ocean. His patron
Oh,
is
that's
one that is
raw.
of the ocean.
I think I did ask this before, but I don't remember the answer, or if there even was one. But could we possibly like have a container of ocean water so that next time,
Please try.
if we're like super landlocked,
It also wasn't as viable before because you guys didn't have extra dimensional storage.
Yeah.
But you do have a big fucking cart that can
Fair
carry
enough.
a barrel of seawater just fine. But nobody's tried.
That's true. I still think then we're gonna have to go. Well, as much as I'd like to beeline for the tower, we can't risk Hollow Hollow not having spells, and I'd hate for him to go off on his own, get lost, and go on the mysterious adventures of Hollow Hollow because
again.
he's been, yeah, and then
Third
again
time.
mugged, stabbed, killed, and and obviously his corpse will be robbed.
I guess Holo Holo is a bizarre adventure.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we have to go to the capital, cut across, and get Hollow Hollow to the ocean. Then we make way for the tower. I mean, we can still make it on priority, but
Holo Holo just ends up finding himself in like fucking, I don't know, the United Duchies, just not knowing where the fuck to go.
Yeah. Actually, hold on. I'm looking at the map right now. The cart is by Rosino. Where is the tower? Oh wait,
Tower-
we don't know that.
It's in Rosino.
You know the general location of it. You think it's somewhere. I want to say in this order of the map. The capital is here. Actually, that's
Okay,
not showing up
because-
there. 1 second. I'm going to do this so the stream can see. The capital is over in this grid. The tower is further down this way.
Okay, because if we go in this grid, that's closer to the coast.
Mhm.
So if we kind
The
of
capital
just follow
does
the
have a port.
direction, that is true. Wait, if we went to the capital, we could also, if we went to the capital, which is close to the coast, we could do the Hollow Hollow Seeking Ocean Water little misadventure, and then still make it to the tower because it's still all very in relative close proximity compared to where we are now.
Mhm.
I explained
Be
this
away
in
then.
character with my little monocle and my hat, and I say,
well,
yes,
Maria
yes,
is
I'm
there
very
with her.
intelligent.
Maria is there with her charts and maps helping you guys. And you guys also do have a loose world map, but that one that is not terribly detailed. But that one is in works in progress, courtesy of your friend Flake, who has a friend who's a cartographer.
That's true, yes.
Our buddy Flick.
Yeah. I can use the Wayfinder's map.
Combined with the sort of with the charts and maps that Mapping Mordon had supplied to you before you had set out. Yeah. You also know that the Cartographers Guild is currently in a collaborative effort to try and compile a proper world map.
So it seems I can maybe lend a hand in that effort.
Yes.
So, sad detour, but we had to make it. Okay. That's okay.
It's okay. It's not like we're going too far off the trail anyways.
No.
17 weeks at a tail.
Well, while we're
Okay.
there, we can stock up on ocean water.
Okay, sounds like the group
Maybe we shouldn't.
is heading towards the capital.
Because what if Parya corrupts all the ocean water?
That's a good question.
Again.
I mean, he did throw the little thing in there, so whatever hasn't
Well,
been corrupted will be corrupted.
Oh no! You misunderstand. I didn't throw the little thing in there. You mean the thing in the ocean? Yeah, I guess
The little,
in a
little
million
parasite
years.
worm. I would
Yeah,
say
I guess in like a few million years, the ocean will be completely corrupted because the starfish parasite crawled from my little sack. Anyways,
Sack.
yeah, no.
And
The one
water
thing you
skin.
might not have to worry about that too much. aside from us traveling, Karya doesn't sleep near the rest of the group, and he definitely doesn't sleep in the cart. So, yeah, no, yeah, I don't think that it'll get corrupted, especially anytime soon. I'm not like hugging it close to my body.
And,
It took
and,
almost 3 months for that to develop.
so
Yeah.
that's how this world became the homeworld of the aboleths.
Yeah,
Oh,
I created
we could
aboleths,
also
guys.
do
Sorry.
some.
Whoops.
We could also do some like Arcana or Spellcraft or something checks to see if we could do anything to magically ward the barrel.
Yeah,
Or
I
maybe
also
just
need to see
having
what
the water
happens.
in a yeah, or like maybe
Yeah.
it's just the thing of like, oh, if the barrel is made of steel, then it won't be corrupted or something like that. I don't
Well,
know.
you know that
Well,
Check
if it was made
anybody here
if
with
it was
even
made
like
of
anybody
lead.
even had a single rank of spellcraft in this group knows that lead generally makes a good insulator against energies of any kind.
Yeah,
Mhm.
though, let's not make lead barrels. But yeah, we line it.
Yeah, we could just
Like, what
sprinkle
you-
holy water.
See, what you really need is a pewter barrel, 'cause that's safe to use.
Computer.
Yeah. Regardless of that, I also need to drink holy water at some point to see how that works. But
Well, you guys are in
Oh,
an enclosed cart right now. Why don't you try now?
no,
it's a great idea. No, I'm kidding.
that's not.
Oh, come on. Are you
Also,
afraid of a little adverse reaction?
Yes.
also, I would like to point out something. We don't know much about the deep. We don't know what insulates it and what doesn't. You don't know what
I do.
the Well,
Mm,
Oh.
Mm.
I at least have a baseline idea.
but you haven't opened up about that, have you?
No, no
You
one's
terrible,
asked.
terrible friend.
yeah.
How can you not tell us everything?
So we, the majority, don't know how to conceal or put back the deep corruptions.
What if
We don't even, from what I can tell either, we don't really even know how to trace it.
You guys remember when
Varkin-
Karya were the McDeep super soldiers? I remember that. That
I
was
remember
funny.
that. Also, if you guys remember, I think you guys got a divine scroll in one of those little stone tablets of, I believe it was detect corruption. One that was it was
Did
made.
you?
I think I remember handing that to you guys. It was owned by the Beastmaster.
Let's see here.
And if I remember correctly, at the very least, that would be a starting step because that was developed by the what do you call it? By the Beastmaster himself.
What we have is Amplify Stench, Communal Ant Hall, Bloodbath, Magic
Right.
Boulder, and Staff of Corruption.
Stave off corruption, you mean?
Oh, Stave off Corruption, that's it.
Yeah, there you go. That might be a
Path of
solid building
corruption.
block on which, because he's already done at least part of the magical legwork for you guys in that spell. So that might be a place to start if you want to get started on counter magic for corruption.
Are you telling me we can make our own spells, Rami?
No,
Yeah.
it's not like I've hinted at that multiple times at this point.
Yeah.
What?
Pat, don't you remember that one time Remy proposed something to me and I told him no?
Yeah,
Do not give me that.
the idea was torture to him because it would have gotten his brain goblins moving.
Oh
Okay,
Lord.
well, before we go into the further, like, deeper details of experimenting and creating new spells,
We'll
maybe
violate the laws of the
Omar-
world later.
No,
Wait,
well,
wait,
soon,
that's-
not that much later. I think we just should start off by, since we're making our way to the capital, just having a conversation with Karya and Vair about what they know of this stuff, and also what Vark knows, since he's been experimenting.
Holo just whistled in the distance.
And also what Hollow knows.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we were raiding that whole entire town.
So, what do we know of the corruption?
It leaks everywhere.
Ah, yes. There's multiple
Uh,
things that leak everywhere. That's rather vague.
I was joking. The Karya's plot of land where he slept at in the northern village was let's say affected.
Your village was affected by the deep?
For further clarification, what he's trying to say is the dirt around it, like the soil, like the life around where Karya slept in the northern village, was corrupted by him.
Yes, they did carry out some experiments back in the village.
Yeah.
Right.
None of which
Right.
none of us were aware of.
There was, I mean, there was the stuff they were doing around the house you guys were sleeping in, but that was mostly carried out by the village alchemist in cooperation with Vark, if I remember correctly.
It was actually me. I was
Right,
the one
no, it
who.
was Hollow.
Yeah.
So, is it like just is it a corruption that is brought on by like mere touch, or does like for example,
Yes.
if Vair were to bleed onto someone, would they get corrupted by it, or?
That I don't know. But going back in character, Olo would say, I think it's more something like mere presence.
Mere
It would actually be
presence.
Vair who would speak up at this point.
But he can commune with all of us.
If he can
Oh,
speak,
yeah.
he can speak Draconic.
I think. Yeah, I know
Yeah,
some
I
people
think-
may speak
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
sure.
I think I recall maybe kind of like briefly interacting with Vair.
Yeah, some
kind
people in
of.
this group speak Draconic and can translate for him.
Yeah, I can speak Draconic. I just didn't know. I thought it was only telepathy based with Karya.
Oh no,
Okay.
they don't
No,
actually have
no,
telepathy.
Actually speak with
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they don't actually have telepathy with one another.
Oh, I
That's
thought that was the
familiar stuff.
case.
Nope, they have empathy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys thought that because I thought that and I was totally wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But yeah, so Vair speaks up with the hopes that somebody will translate. As
He says your mama stank. For real, on God.
My
but her
mother's
cooking
gone. I'm
lesson.
kidding.
One second as I make a tiny horse.
I don't
Arf.
even know who my mother is.
She was arrested for littering.
Base. Anyway.
Vair speaks up and says, "Oh, what I learned from the time that what I remember seeing through the eggshell, feeling when I was growing up in that wretched little cave underground. Karya connected to me when I was quite young. He took on the burden of my progressing illness, this corruption, this deep stain on both our souls and bodies. It's a thing that grows and festers inside you, and if you're not paying attention, you don't even feel it as it grows inside. But every now and again, I look inside myself and I see that it's progressed just a little bit further. And I see it in my brother and I. We both grow, we become stronger, but at the same time, it creeps. And I don't know what that means for the both of us, and it frightens me. But him being close to me, saw him take on some more of this corruption that I emanated, like a volcanic vent, burning everything around it slowly. It was bad enough that Orthos supposedly found it prudent to seal off my egg chamber with a door that was 2 feet of solid lead. So exposure, I would think, is more than adequate as a vector. I think it requires relatively close proximity. But from what I can intuit from memories that are not even my own, I suppose this is a burden dragons carry, is that my progenitor was corrupted simply by being too far down. Had me. My egg somehow found its way to the surface. I feel like I should be very different. Like I should be further along, like this creeping thing inside me should have taken over and I should be very different. But I think being up here, being sealed in that room, having Karya take the brunt of this for me, resulted in me looking far more like dragons that you know. The truth of the matter is that
Interesting.
we are. The truth of the matter is that we are poison to the upper world. And I fear, and I discussed this with my brother before, and I feel it only appropriate that I be forthright about this. I fear for everybody we travel with, for the longer we stay in proximity of you, the more we put you at risk. I feel it's only fair that you know this.
And how long have you known this for?
Since I was born.
Meanwhile, Siren is translating so everyone can understand.
Hola Hola can understand, and Hola Hola will say, "Yes, I think you're correct. Karya let something into the ocean a while back.
Yes, I remember that.
We took a water skin and filled it with river water, and we kept it by him for days upon or weeks. I can't remember. And then
It was quite a while.
yes, and with that, it was able to sufficiently corrupt that water and make some form of creature come out of it.
Wait, so by you being a deep dragon, I'm assuming then, does that mean you inherently will always have this within you, or is this apart from you being a deep dragon, meaning that you don't have to have this?
I don't know. As far as I know, this is how I've always been and how I've always meant to be. But I most certainly don't want it to be the case. If I had the choice, I'd be rid of this. It's power at a
Of course.
price I never had a choice to pay, and I would rather not.
Of course.
But I don't know if that's even an option. And one of my fervent wishes is perhaps one day to be rid of this and have a clutch of my own that would not have to worry about this poison that drills into your soul. But until then, I cannot in good conscience have any sort of progeny in this world. It would be far too cruel to bring them in only to have them suffer like my brother and I have.
We'll find a way to get rid of it
I hope so.
for everyone's sake.
That is my hope.
And-
And
and
if
since-
nothing else, so that I don't threaten all those who I keep proximity to. It's bad enough that we're subjecting you to this for so long, and we've been so uncertain about it. We still, despite the fact that by all accounts we are possibly the two biggest experts, at least by first-hand experience here up on the surface, when it comes to the deep, we still know startlingly little about it.
I'm gonna look over to Chico and also Vark. You got some things from the old beast handler, right?
Funny you mentioned that. A funny voice in my head reminded me of it as well.
The funny voice is just Aiko getting angry that you forgot.
Sure,
Dude.
sure is. Surely
Wait.
isn't something fourth wall breaking.
Maybe using
Never. We
his
don't break the
knowledge, we
fourth wall in this game.
No,
I see.
no, sorry. Looks at the
Never.
camera. Anyways,
But yeah, maybe we can create something that could help ward it off.
I'd start digging through some of the chests that we have in the cart and pull out that one scroll.
He's pull out a little what do you call
a
it?
tablet,
Little-
actually.
Yeah, a little stone tablet about the size of your forefinger, with inscriptions in primitive Draconic.
You know, that makes me really impressed how I was able to identify it was a stave off corruption spell.
You did a
considering
pretty
it was
good.
Draconic.
You did a pretty good linguistics roll, actually, all things considered.
He was,
Maybe I'm a little something draconic myself. Anyways,
no, he
I'm
was
practically a
cognitively
dragon
retired.
myself.
You know, I'm practically a
Bushy
dragon.
foxtail.
don't worry about that. Anyways,
Touch fluffy tail.
hey, no, we don't talk about Kevin Ashcorp here.
Ah, you knew.
Yes, the Ash Corp. I see.
Anyways,
Panda pandering.
hmm
yes,
Multiple new.
there was this scroll thing. I know it's stave off corruption, but it's a spell I can't cast nor make. Gazes towards Siren. Pretty sure she could if she knew it.
What? Out of character, do we know what classes can cast this spell?
It is a divine scroll. So if you wanted to use
okay,
the scroll and learn from it, you would have to be a divine caster.
Wait,
okay.
so we could learn, like, have it permanently?
Yeah.
You're not a
It's-
wizard, so you can't scribe it. But on the next time you get
Yeah.
unless next time you can learn a spell, you can potentially learn it. It is a level
Right.
2
What-
spell.
Oh, it is a level 2 spell. Wait, wouldn't clerics?
Yeah.
Don't clerics automatically know?
Actually,
all
yes,
of
no,
the...
you do automatically. I would say, you specifically
Oh.
might not know this already because you might not know the particular application, but having your mind opened to the fact that corruption exists and that there is a magical way of detecting, repressing, and eliminating it might lead you down the path of eventually opening up that tree of spells, basically.
Spell tree.
Yeah, basically,
And what is it called again?
stave off corruption.
Stave off. I put it in civil. I put it in civil path.
There you go. Yeah, it's more or less. You didn't know it was a type of divine spell. Now you do. So now you have access to it.
Right. Huh.
You know what this is, Siren? And his little stone tablet. It feels weird calling it a stone tablet, even though it's less than smaller than your finger or forefinger.
It's a little rock.
Yeah.
so the
Pebble.
scroll looks at it. So could I say, like, for the sake of game, that if she were to use this now, this would open up her mind to corruption-related spells.
Give me a
And-
spellcraft.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Because I wanted to
Oh,
know
man.
if this would allow her to now have access to this spell, not by scribing it, but just by learning it,
Mhm.
like being like, aha, eureka, or if that would only be on the next level up. Let's see, spellcraft.
We
I'm
shall
actually
see.
trained in this. 26.
Oh
Very
shit.
nice. So
Alright.
you
Congrats.
you hold it in your hands. You feel it. You open your mind to the magic that it would invoke. The prayer that it puts out is to a god that is not your own. But looking at the prayer, thinking, if I were to change this, change the vow, change the plea, and change the god involved, and when you start to pull on that skein, that thread of divinity, you feel like there's something coming with it. You feel like, yeah, no, Maluna would provide.
Even the
Okay.
moon hits the deep.
Yes.
There's a lot of things that don't like the deep, and justifiably so.
I mean, fair, but the thing that the light that never touches the deep hates the deep.
Yeah.
Maybe
If
the
you're
deep
too
doesn't
deep
touch
under,
the
you can't
surface for a
swim.
reason.
You know what? Fair. Even Maluna just has a fucking shotgun and it's like, get off my
Get
fucking
the
lawn.
fuck away from my kids.
Okay.
I
And
can't
my
wait to find.
understanding we want to use this now, yeah?
You can.
Okay. I look at Chaiko for approval.
It's a scroll, you can use it.
All right. Then I shall use it. Reading from it,
Mhm.
but
You-
changing the incantation.
You pray. You reach out to Maluna. You request that she push back the corruption that so threatens all of you and is so deeply settled in Vair and Karya. And the spell itself is a small one. It's a small prayer, but an effective one. You feel like it would be a more effective. You get the intuition that it would be more effective if you had something to give it some oomph. Basically, the way that describes it is, depending on the kind of corruption, you need some sort of catalyst. Like vampiric corruption requires garlic. Lycanthropic corruption requires wolfsbane. The deep might require something else. Something that stands in opposition to it. Who knows what that might be. That might require a little more experimentation, but you get the feeling this spell is meant to be cast on a single creature. But as you read it off and you make the prayer, the script on the stone fizzles away in golden sparks, and there is a pulse of clear energy that radiates around you. Vark and Chaiko
Yes.
feel a little bit lighter. Feel just a bit refreshed as that. And all of you, I would like some, maybe just Siren. Give me a perception roll, seeing as you're the one casting it.
Okay.
Goodbye.
See, perception. A 20.
You could swear, as you look up from the stone tablet, you could swear the wood of the cart, that the off-white tarp above you, the strutting, the metal, it all lightens a shade. You swear that's even the case with your clothing and everybody around you. As if just a subtle, hard to notice shift in color towards a darker mien got brightened just a bit.
What the hell?
Oh, everything seems a bit bright now. I think for the future, I should require some catalyst opposite to this corruption, something pure, and a proper target. Should I cast it again? And then she looks at Karya and Vair. Though, given the severity of the corruption within you both, I'm a bit hesitant and afraid to do so, thinking that it might harm you both. But it's worth a shot, perhaps, one day?
Harm is definitely a possibility, considering how interwoven it is into their very being. It also could potentially halt whatever progression it might have on them, since Vair did mention something to that effect.
Yeah, also given the description of the spell, yeah.
So yeah, things to find out later.
Yeah,
We could always run some experiments.
Karya.
that's true.
Do I get like when they cast stave off corruption? Do I just get like flown? Oh my god!
No, you don't
Do I just
get
flown
blasted
the
off.
cliff?
You don't get blasted off like Team Rocket. You feel like you're... For a second, it's like that sensation of rubbing alcohol in an open wound. Just
Sting.
all over your skin. But then you feel like you can breathe a bit easier, but that very quickly recedes.
Ooh,
It's
one
it's
normal breath.
markedly temporary. Also, Karya, since you're driving the cart, may I have you and Malady, can I have perception checks?
Oh boy, this
Actually,
is the thing I'm good at.
Oh boy, 3
actually,
a.m.
now that I think
Don't
about
jinx
it,
I will say, as all this is going on, Flick is like kind of like low key, kind of like freaking out a little bit because he's been around these guys for quite a little bit, and now
Mhm.
he's wondering how much he's been afflicted with. So he's just kind of quietly like
actually,
brooding on what's gonna happen.
He knows there's a little wart on his tail or something like that. He's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, no. All things considered, we've all been traveling together for a little over a year now, but Karya has been notably and specifically not sleeping anywhere near you guys.
Mhm.
Because he doesn't-
Even when you guys got to the northern village, he
Okay.
shut himself away in his own little section.
Yeah, I was
Yep.
like,
That is fair, actually.
and everyone was like, "Why is he being such a dickhead?" I'm like, "Don't worry about it."
Don't worry about
Don't worry
it.
about it. Worry about it.
I'm a walking elephant's foot. It's okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. Anyway.
It's not great, but that is a
a 7.
7.
7.
I
Okay.
rolled a 19, which is like
Yep.
one of my worst rolls.
Karya, you're thrown off by that sort of feeling across your skin that like you were temporarily dunked in acid, more or less. As you feel like you just got scoured with a what do you call it? With a just really quickly by the world's most careless dog groomer by a stewable brush coated in lemon juice.
Ew.
Oh, good.
It went by in a split second, but it's this flash of searing across your skin, and a feeling like, hey, I feel cleaner than I have in a long time, and I can breathe easy, and it's back.
And there we go.
And my ass. Yeah, and my ass is warm dirt
Yes.
on it again.
And because of that, you're a little distracted, and you're not. What do you call it? You're not. You kind of maybe glance backwards to try to check what the hell happened there. Maybe to check yourself or whatever the case. Your eyes are not currently on the road, or at the very least not fully.
Run someone else.
Melody, rolling a 19. You see a rustle in the bush off to your left as you guys are trotting along the trail through the woods.
Oh boy.
As I am going to.
so
By the way, this spell apparently lasts for a day per 2 caster
Okay.
levels. So
yep.
it would be on the cart for 2 days, staving up
A
off
d-
what little
What
bit
was
of
it?
corruption
A
would
day
be.
per caster level?
A day
One
per
day,
every 2 caster
2 cast
levels.
levels.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
in
wait,
that
no,
case,
it would
3
have been
days.
3 days because I'm level 6, not
Yes.
level 5.
Yep.
Right.
You dumbus.
yes. If you guys will look at the roll 20.
Hold on.
Well,
20 of the roll is being weird. It's been weird.
Oh, there we go. No, it's not black. I just had to scroll
So
down.
The 20.
I'm doing some math in my head right now. Hold on. I got a sudden great idea.
Oh no.
Wait a minute. Who's that one on the top? That's Jane, isn't it?
No,
What?
that's Puncherson.
That's Mitra.
Mitra.
Right, me too. Yo,
Punch,
we
punch,
got
punch
it.
lady.
Grand.
3 times the
Yeah,
arms,
to
3
make
times
up for the
puncher.
one we lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you got to do it. Just replace them.
Bam.
Just cycle in the NPCs. Quickly as a party can get them killed. I mean, what? Anyway.
Oh.
Yes. Malady, you notice a rustling off to the left.
Okay. So left is like this way.
Yes.
Oh lord. Oh boy. It's a horde of the magical hummingbirds. I can tell already.
Okay, well then I am going to let us see what I have over here.
Not the bees.
Not the bees. Ah.
How'd you know it was
alright.
magical lightning bees?
Oh no.
Congratulations, we're
Please
playing Lethal
magic.
Company now. Anyway.
Yes.
Ooh.
So I have a dagger on me.
Yes.
I'm going to tie some rope onto the end of my dagger.
Mhm.
just so I don't have to stop and pick it back up. And I'm gonna toss it over in the general direction that it was in, like just close enough that it knows whatever that is knows that I am aware of it, but not close enough to hit it in case that it's not like an enemy.
Okay. So the dagger flies. Make me a general range attack.
Okay, general range attack. Just gonna use dagger.
Yeah, go for it.
A 13.
It thunks into the dirt, and there's a bah! As you see more rustling, and then you see something poke its way out of the bushes and hop.
Oh, what is that? Is that an owl? Is that some sort of owl creature? Oh my
What the
god!
fuck is that?
I
Nightjar?
love him.
The
I
shit?
love him. I want him.
Nightjar?
If you must know, it's the face itself is taken from a photo of a potu bird.
Oh,
It's an owlbear.
I see.
As this creature that is fat, round, a puffy ball of feathers with two wings that more resemble flippers up against its fat little belly, with big, floppy feet, hops out of the bushes a couple times, but looks up at you, Melody, as you're retrieving your dagger. Hello.
Oh my
What?
god.
Hello.
What?
Hello.
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 what have we?
What are
here?
you?
Hello.
All right.
What do I
Yes,
need to
yes,
roll?
hello, we heard you the first
Or-
time.
What do I need to roll to identify it?
Yeah,
Nature.
same here.
Yeah.
Knowledge nature. Okay.
Knowledge
You kind of-
nature?
Kind of waddles and hops like towards you on your horse as it looks up at you. Oh, no, that's too big. It enlarges
Oh,
itself.
oh, no.
But anyway,
Oh.
as it kind of hops up towards the foot of your horse, looks up at you. You swear the way it's craning its neck would give anybody else like a crick. It goes, "Hello."
So Quest, would this thing would I have read about this thing in the book I got? In the books, actually. Various academic journals. The holobot.
Possibly.
The reason I'm asking because there was a bonus. I believe I got a bonus to nature
That-
checks.
That
Was
would to make images, you do brackets X and then parentheses link.
What is a
Yeah.
parentheses?
The round bracket.
Oh, okay. So bracket X, then parentheses, no space. Control V. There.
There you go.
Never mind. That is a link.
In order to embed in the Roll20, it must end with a JPEG or a PNG. As in, the link must end in JPEG or PNG, so you might have to crop down the link.
Alright.
Also, let's dispose of a simple path.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
But yeah.
I like to poke my head out the back and,
Mhm.
what the fuck is that?
What the fuck is that? A weird fucking bird. Anyway,
Hey, Ma, I don't want to mess with Lucy.
I rolled 27.
as the thing then also proceeds to hop its merry way over, like between Malady and then up to Mitra, who's staring down from her horse and is going, "What the fuck is that?"
What is that?
Is that like a
That can't be a bird. I refuse to acknowledge that a bird like this. Hello.
I would like to
Oh my
make a
god.
perception check to watch anything but that bird.
Okay, make your perception check.
yeah, I was about to say likewise. Could I try to do that as well?
Sure. You're
Just so we
worrying
can
that
see if
this
there's-
thing might be a
there's any more of
distraction
these.
for something else.
Or if there's any more of these things
Mhm.
coming out of the
Hopefully.
bushes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
guys keep
God.
an even eye out. As far as you can tell, it sounds like there might be like deeper rustling into the woods. And you hear some kind of commotion going on that way, like up this way. But it doesn't look like there's like anything watching you right now or waiting for you to get close to this thing. As for the people who rolled knowledge nature, you have no clue.
Oh my
Oh,
god, a
God.
27 isn't enough?
No.
What kind of creature is this?
Hello.
Okay,
Well, could I like lasso my rope into a lasso and just take it with me? I'm just gonna take it.
Yeah, we're keeping
Whoa!
him.
What the hell?
That's animal cruelty and abduction. Let's go.
No,
Okay.
I'm gonna lasso it in like a harness type lasso.
Ah, I see. You're gonna carry it on your front like a
Changes
goose.
nothing!
Yes.
The change,
What's
yeah, it
going
really
on?
changes
Valerie,
nothing.
what are you doing?
Hello.
I'm a
It
bird
comes
collector.
Up, comes up between the big horses. Looks up at Karia. Hello.
I cast detect magic.
You detect
You know,
no
that's-
magic.
Oh my God, he's
is
he's real. He's real.
This thing
We're
is
keeping
real,
him.
and it will hurt you.
Would one need to be trained in knowledge nature to make that roll?
Yes, because if you're not trained in a knowledge skill, you can still roll it, but you can't get any results or knowledge that would be any higher than if you would roll a 10.
Okay.
And
never
a 10 is probably not going to do it, considering 27
Yeah.
didn't.
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, the creature kind
Um,
of waddles between the mammoth horse's legs that seem entirely confused about what the hell to do with this creature. One brings its big hoof down and then tries to squish the little hollow bird as it just kind of totters to the side and the hoof misses. Hello. Hello.
All right.
Just
I'm lassoing
completely
the bird.
fearless between the legs of the horses. Okay,
I love
make me
Right.
make me a
Um,
combat maneuver check to try and grapple this thing with a lasso.
Christ, it has a combat defense.
Everything has a combat defense. Even like some inanimate objects have combat defense.
All right. Well, it's a small thing, so I'm not gonna be able to grab it.
Can
A
we keep him?
19.
The rope,
well,
the rope drops. You pull, and it seems to cinch closed around its fat little body, and then it slips off of its feathers as it continues to hop back into the forest. Hello.
All right.
while it does all that happens, I'll like to use an arcane point and change one of my spells.
Oh boy.
Are we following it or?
No,
But
I
he's so
don't think we
cute.
should.
But he's so
I-
cute.
I agree,
Hello.
but we need to do something else first. We need
Where
to-
does this thing even come from? Does anyone know? I know if it came from the
No.
woods, but
Never seen anything like it before.
I want to do knowledge planes.
Go for it.
No.
Go for it. See if you can scratch anything up.
it's gonna be some kind of weird planar, bizarro creature.
Thing comes up to the ledge.
17.
It comes up to the ledge here, and then
Oh wait,
proceeds
it
to
should be a 19 then.
proceeds to flop onto its body and slide down this ledge.
Oh my God.
And then lands in front of Maria, stands up, waddles to its feet and goes, hello. As
What is
Maria,
this thing?
Maria's gazing at this. What in the holy hell
Mine
are
house.
you?
Mhm.
As its
but I
giant
rolled a 19.
vacant eye looks into Maria's. There's a moment of silence. And then its beak opens up wide as it goes, hello!
Actually,
Thing.
hold on.
You
The
have
perfect creature
no
doesn't
earthly idea what plane this thing is from.
Okay. Knowledge religion.
I have a
It could
plan.
be a demon.
It could be it.
Actually, could I also roll knowledge planes?
Sure.
I have a plan.
Flick
Yeah,
just
what's the
calls
plan?
up. Flick just calls out across the way and says, "Do you think it likes us?"
I also have a
Right.
plan, but I will let Chico do her plan first.
Chico,
Alright, I
use
have
your
a-
cunning.
Don't call me that. Anyways, what I plan to do is, where was it? I take my funny gourd. Remember that thing, Mr. DM? The funny
Oh,
gourd?
the skeleton gourd?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I want to hop off the back, and I'll take my gourd out, walk towards it.
Okay. It stares at you with mild interest as you approach it.
What the fuck? Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Da-da-da-da.
It seems to you're pretty sure this thing doesn't have a neck, but if it would quirk it to the side as it looks at you. The giant
kneel
vacant
down.
eyes stare back at you.
I'm gonna kneel down, unpop the gourd, and just aim it at it. Aim the open side towards the thing.
Leans forward as it actually like puts up one of its massive yellow eyes to the neck of the gourd. You see its big, like the point of its beak, come over to it to peck at the inside, as it then puts its eye up against it again. Seems to look at it for a second. Then it brings it pulls its head away from it, looks you up in the face, opens its beak, and does the best approximation it can do of bones rattling.
Oh my god. It is immune.
Karya approaches. It looks up at you.
I pop
Hello.
like the top back of my gourd. And just
But finally.
There you go. Karya,
I believe
are you muted?
Yes, I was. I apologize. That gives me exactly what I was gonna say. Was I was gonna let Checo do her thing, as depending upon what she did, I know what I'm gonna do. And seeing that didn't work, I will approach, kneel down, and go, "Hello."
Hello.
I will put my hands out so that the creature may jump into my palms.
It looks at your hand. And looks back up at you. Hello.
I'm going to pick the thing up.
Make me a grapple check,
wait.
or what do you call it? A combat maneuver
Rolling
check.
grapple check.
A combat maneuver check. All
Yep.
right, here we go. An 18.
Your hands
It's not gonna
close.
work.
Your hands close onto its feathers, but they're slick, almost like they're oiled, as it just kind of, not with any struggle, just kind of slides between your hands as it then continues to waddle. Hello.
Karya, I've tried that.
Hello.
Wait.
Karya.
As you
Oh.
1 second. As you roll initiative, nah.
No.
1
Oh.
second.
Transforms.
You just turned into a fucking demon.
Well,
Also,
that would be
so
such
the,
a camp reveal. Would I ever do that?
You just hear like a Mario one-up sound.
I
Boop
can't-
boop boop.
I can't.
Hello, 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 hello,
Karya, what is
Hello.
going on? Oh my
hello,
god.
hello, hello,
It seems as though I-
No.
hello, 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 hello.
There's more of them.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Boy.
cast Blistering Infection,
No.
I
and
don't
I will
just
say,
leave
and my
and
word that I'm
continue.
gonna say is goodbye. No, I'm
Okay.
kidding.
I will instead cast.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm not. I'm actually curious how this might work. Wait a minute. Wait a second.
Why there's so
Uh,
many of these?
I love
I
them.
would like to walk into the center.
I love them.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Wait, actually, I might have something because I have Schultz, right?
Yes, you do.
Would that mean that I by proxy have bird feed?
I assume so. Yes. You need something to reward him with and to feed him on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, usually I just give him jerky because he likes meat, but bird feed in general I would probably have.
Mhm.
So, just gonna quickly head over to Esmeralda because I would have the not necessary stuff, not daily necessities, not on me,
actually.
and then go back and then toss a bunch of bird seed right at Karya. Just not even for him to catch, just tossing loose bird
Scatters
seed.
all over him, gets caught in his clothing, scatters on the ground around him, gets in his hair. As you are showered in birdseed, Karya.
Oh, good.
And
I
then
look
he
back-
gets eaten alive.
I look back to Mallory as they start to swarm me. I look at them and go, Mallory, do you like flying? I think that I will remember this. But for now.
It's just all around
I
you.
will-
There's just this cacophony of hello, 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 hello. As they just kind of waddle in a loose circle, bumping into one another. Wide eyes, never ever coming into focus.
You know, I consider that this could also be just a distraction to slow us down.
Yeah, that is
Very much
completely
so
possible.
good.
It's a very effective one.
I will start shaking my hair and clothes out.
The
so
seed
that I
goes
don't-
everywhere. It bops them on the head, gets in some of their eyes. Ah! Ah! Ah!
I cast
Yeah.
detect magic again and scour around the area.
One of them pecks the other in the eye. That one then pecks it in the eye, and they go back and forth like a Three Stooges skit.
Oh my god, I love them. I love them.
Meanwhile, bark in the card.
Listen, I was near death not too long ago. Let me enjoy the simple things in life.
Flick is like sitting on like the side of like the window that he's looking out of, and he's just watching Karya. He's enjoying the spectacle.
So Chaiko, do you have any information on these rare elusive creatures?
Hello.
No idea.
Oh,
That isn't unfortunate.
And once again, in case you hear me, I detect magic around instead of as the birds, just
you detect
wave
nothing.
it around town.
You detect
Wait a second.
you detect a slight waft of divination magic in the area.
Oh.
Also, there's,
Someone
there's,
is
there's
spying on
there
us.
are two other portraits I'm using for these strange birds. This is one,
Ah.
and this is the other.
Eyes going in
Where-
different directions.
I love them.
What is? Where the divination magic coming from?
Considering where you're
Destruction.
facing right now, off to your right a little bit.
So,
As
up here?
apropos, someone comes
Up here?
wandering in.
Boy.
Oh my god, you're one of the ranchers.
Oh, I'd wondered where they
Ranchero.
have run off to. Hello, hey everybody. Hello. God damn it. Hi everybody. Sorry about this. As she pulls out what you notice to be a horologe off of her belt, and says, "I'm with the society. I'm just here after I saw one of these creatures. I didn't recognize it, and I felt the need to investigate. I hope they aren't bothering you too much. They've most certainly been driving me up the wall."
Have
Oh.
you ever met a troglodyte? I understand.
I haven't, but I've read about them.
Yes. I have. I understand.
Hmm.
Anyways, you may take your children and return.
These are not my children. Though now that I've discovered them, I most certainly am obligated to investigate and catalog them as they're going. Hello, skippity. And then she goes, "What?"
Skippity.
What?
No, we
What?
shoot him immediately. We shoot that one in particular immediately.
When Flick hears that, he just starts chuckling.
I like to kneel down and attempt to grab this one while the conversation's going on.
I don't think that's going to work.
I know.
I've
It's just not nothing like
I think-
not like a serious grab. It's just kind of kneel down, just kind of reach out towards it very obviously, very slowly,
just very
just
slowly.
to see.
You lay your hands on it, and the feathers are completely dry, but they feel slick as oil.
Oh my god, why is that?
That's how
Like she
ducks are.
yeah
They
she
don't
she
get wet. They
she
have
kind
oil
of
coating.
like the woman in question just kind of shakes her head and says, "I think that's probably like the consistency of their feathers is probably the only reason these brainless little things haven't been eaten by everything with a stomach."
That is true. That
they
is
do.
fair.
I think they
So do I
the
have my
only-
hands on this one currently?
yeah, you currently have your hands on it.
Can I try to pick it up? Or is it's probably
Try.
gonna slide. It's probably just gonna slide
You
through
could
my
try.
hands.
Now that you're going slow, how are you gonna do it? Are you just gonna grab it? Are you gonna like put your hands under its flippers, or
So about what you know how people pick up ducks by putting a hand under their stomach?
To be fair, this is
Like that.
this is like a bipedal, like penguin-like bird. So
Mm.
it's upright and its flippers are to its sides.
Upright.
It's not forward.
Upright.
It's not forward stooped like a typical bird is.
Damn. Well.
Is this a board?
Yes.
Cradle it like a baby.
Yeah. I guess what I'm gonna do is gently wrap my hand around its feathers and just try to lift up.
With a gentle pressure rather than an aggressive grab, you're actually able to like slowly lift it as its head kind of like circles around like 90 degrees in both directions, as it seems to be confused for a moment as its little feet kick in the air. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? It settles down almost immediately, looking you right in the eyes. It goes, "Hello."
Very good. We've gotten what we came for. Chico, that is your child. Take it with us.
Hello.
Ah. The researcher, for a moment, she grabs what looks to be a mass of what looks like cornmeal out of her bag, just throw it to the side next to her so that things stop crowding around Karya as they again descend upon the bird feed. All the bird feed from before has been picked clean around the area around Karya, and even the little thing in Chico's hands seems to kick its feet a little bit as it sees food.
Could
I
you
set it down.
could Chaco theoretically make this thing her familiar? You know?
No.
You
I don't
you
get
don't
familiars.
You don't know. Well, I mean, you technically could, but no, possibly if it actually qualifies as an animal, which the researcher kind of, if it even has the intelligence to qualify as one, as the researcher looks and says, "Well, there's one thing I've managed to puzzle out about these little creatures. Is that they are positively brain dead, but they do, they have some interesting interactions with certain magic. They also have a soft spot on their bellies. If you find just the right spot in just about where we would consider our navels to be, if you put your finger there, it elicits an interesting reaction."
Well, curiosity kills a cat.
Chaco dies immediately.
Cradle the bird and poke its belly button.
Yep.
The sound that comes out of the creature's mouth as its wide beak basically tips open fully, which is impressive. It's like a trash can lid opening with one of those kick pedals. It's just
Oh my god.
as the sound that comes out of his mouth. How to put this? Strangely sonorous, as it sounds like a woodwind instrument, one that you can't quite pin down. And then the other birds pick up on it, and they start to release their own bird song in a choir. And it's actually weirdly beautiful as they harmonize with one another. And then she kneels down and goes, and this bit's even neater, as you see a crackle of magic go across her fingers. It's like normally you reserve spells like this for incapacitating spellcasters by deadening their intellect. But it seems like if you do that with these creatures, it seems to drive them into some sort of negative deficit, which is hard to believe because I already thought they were. She then prods one of the birds, and again, its head, as mouth opens like a trash can lid, and you see a large tongue just kind of flap out the front of its mouth. And then its eyes go in even wider than they were before, as the pupils go big enough to fill the entire eye socket. And then it's the creature that she pokes starts to go, "Aww." And then the other birds again join in harmony, as you soon have about 20 birds all going, "Aww." Yeah, like Kargara, like Mongolian throat singing, only way more insufferable.
Oh my
In-
god.
And
Are there someone
Chico,
demons
Chico,
out there?
even the creature in your arms joins in.
I meant to say this. While this is all going on, Karya will get back over to Mallory, and we'll go. Do you remember how I said I wouldn't forget that? I'm going to hoist Mallory over my head again.
Oh no.
Are you trying to make these flightless birds jealous?
Yes, yes,
Oh,
I am.
Do they know what jealousy is?
And they even
They might.
can they even compute jealousy?
Yes. If they can, even better.
It's
We'll
a
stack them on top of Mallory.
beautiful romantic image as you dirty dancing, high flying with a melody high above your head as to the sonorous choir of.
Wait. I'm not willing in this. I'm fighting against this. Roll your combat.
It's the other way around. You have to make a
Nope. Combat defense is
oh.
static. You have to make a combat maneuver roll. Grapple.
Yeah.
16.
And 19.
Yep. This time, seeing it
Where
coming,
was that
Malady slips from your grip.
I see.
Totally not trying to worm your hands around Malady's waist for any sort of ulterior motives. Instead, it was absolutely to get one up on her. This
Right.
totally can't be misconstrued in the wrong way.
I see.
I cast a judgmental glare.
That's
Fuck,
you
pervert.
don't even need a spell for that. I cast Judgmental Glare.
I also cast Judgmental Glare.
I will quickly give Karya 2 slaps on the cheek and be like, "How dare you touch me?"
Can we please get back
Eve-
on the road?
Cast a judgmentaler scale. There.
Hello.
Hello. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh
Hello.
boy.
Hello. I'll hear a little hello
Hello.
beneath the floorboards of the what do you call it, of the cart. Hello.
Hello.
It just
Flick
stands
in the
there.
cart now,
St-
congrats.
It stands at the foot of the cart. Obviously, it's too small to actually like hop up. Or is it? As it stands there,
Like-
just kind of stares up at you guys and goes, "Hello."
Flick hops down from the cart and just kind of crouches down to be at relative eye level to it.
No, Flick, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't eat it. Don't eat it.
I'm not gonna bloody eat it. Calm down.
That was out of character.
I know, but still.
Mallory, racism is never funny.
Flick
We should
Flick
never-
turns around. His cheeks are puffed out to both sides. There's a single feather hanging out of his
And there's
lips.
blood on his lips.
It's a what
Also,
do you call it?
he passes
It's
it.
a Looney Tunes thing. He's Sylvester.
Okay,
Just
suck
a
a
sing-
pal.
A single feather hangs from between his lips.
Yeah.
So hello, Opie. Welcome in. You're getting into the good part as I am. I'm taking a moment after a very high tension series of sessions to just clown on my players with the most insufferable little creatures I could think of.
I
You
love
say
them.
insufferable. I love them.
I love
No,
them.
I also love them. Also, would like to mention now that I've grasped Mallory in my arms as if we are a dancing couple.
No, you haven't.
I
I
will
slipped
She,
out.
she has
You-
turned she has
oh, I
turned
see.
around. She has slapped you twice across the face and said, "How dare you?"
Ah, I see. I will grab her wrist and then begin to spin her.
Oh, okay. So we have Sylvester down there, and now we have Pepe Le Pew over here.
Yeah.
Uh,
Just instead of skunk stink, he has deep corruption.
Boy, I said, boy, you about to attest to limitation.
Okay, Foghorn
limitation.
Leghorn.
Well, I say.
what I say.
God.
Darren! Darren!
Fun.
There. Can we please get back on the road?
We're bringing all of them
It's true,
with us.
Opie. It's
and
true.
We're bringing
But-
all of
yeah.
them with.
Yeah, Flick will
Um,
say, well, now you can't be over here. So, and he's going to pick it
Well-
up kind of by like the under parts of its wings, wings, quote unquote.
Okay.
He's just gonna carry him back over
How
Towards-
gentle are you going to be?
as gentle as I can be.
Okay, you've learned from Mallory. From Chico.
Yeah.
As you
Just saying.
As I will carry him back to his brethren.
wow.
As things simmered down. What was your name again, miss?
Oh, I never introduced myself. My name is Genevieve.
Huh?
Genevieve
I'm
points.
sorry, what?
The amalgamation of on watching the TV points goes. Genevieve, you are in this show.
Genevieve looks at the amalgamation, says, "They even used my fucking likeness. How'd they dig up photos of me when I was that young?"
Huh?
Wait, Genevieve.
I knew I should have
you were
never.
young?
I knew I should have never taken that weekend at acting class.
Miss Genevieve, it appears you have been typecasted as a farmer.
God fucking damn it!
Farmer.
Wait, what kind of farmer?
Do you have
Or as a researcher.
See, that fits,
Yeah,
but that's also, yeah, you're right, I've been typecasted. Fuck this! Anyway,
Natural reserves.
as
yes.
as Genevieve, the totally not scientist and instead Quadratica researcher,
Does she have a? Do you have a big cart like us?
I do not. I have other ways of getting around and getting things back to the society.
A
Though
big fan of yours.
in my case, I might want to transfer these to probably my contact in the University of Lorbus. They've got an actual department for magical fauna, and I doubt Krim's still out of town, so bringing it back to the society is probably a bad idea. I don't even think we have a room for this many animals. Yeah.
Could we have one?
I mean, I've got like 20 something of them here. Fucking take half them if you can manage it. It'll be all the lighter load for me. As far as I can tell, these things replicate like puffballs.
Oh right.
Oh, cool. So we don't.
We
So don't.
shouldn't.
So I don't know.
feed it after
Just like
midnight. Got it.
yeah. Don't feed them after midnight. Don't get them wet.
You said something about these being magical creatures.
Possibly, they're definitely not normal. I've never seen anything like this, and I've seen a lot of animals in this neck of the woods. These things are definitely not native. I've never seen anything like them. I see some similarities with some of the surrounding ornithofauna, but nothing about these creatures correlates with any one creature I've read about, seen, interacted with. They're just not normal. Hello.
I welcome that. You never know. They might take offense to it if they know what the word offense means.
I don't even think they have the capacity to feel anything. I'd be very surprised if they have more than 2 neurons, one for each eyeball.
Well, of course, they love
I
to greet
like-
people. Hello.
Hello.
I like to
Hello.
sense motive in my hand.
Okay. Sense mode of the bird.
He's murderous.
Sense mode of the
You
bird.
bring the bird up to your eye level, and you look it in the eyes. And it fails to look you back in the eyes, as both of its eyes go in other directions, specifically off to the left and off to the right. And you stare. And it stares. And you stare
It's lying.
as it
It
stares.
can't look at you.
This creature's mind is a mystery, wrapped within a riddle, wrapped within an enigma.
My mind is an enigma.
Inner machinations of
If this
my
thing
mind
has
are an enigma.
any sort of intentions, not even malignant, but any intentions at all, it is doing a remarkable job of not displaying them.
I set the creature. I'm gonna set the bird down on the ground. Let
Oh.
it scamper back off to its flock. Goodbye.
Holo Holo's gonna
Yeah,
get out
I-
and try to grab
It stands there,
one. Try to get one.
flippers like against its little fat belly as it looks up at you. Hello.
Goodbye. Get a little wave.
Let matches burn.
I'll
down
turn
my
back
eyes
to-
just to feel something. Jesus Christ, man. You okay?
Flicka
Hello?
Ooh.
goes down to one knee and and very gingerly places his back down on the ground and says that, yeah, sorry little buddy, I'm afraid you're gonna have to go back to your people.
Hello. As it
I'll
waddles.
turn back to Genevieve and
I
go.
pat him on the head.
Hello. It actually
I'm gonna
it closes its eye for a moment as you do that, and it bristles and it kind of like flutters its little feathers as it just a full body vibration goes down from its crown all the way to its feet.
Aw.
I'm gonna take one, if possible.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
If Lola was here, she'd be offended.
yeah.
She'd feel like you're trying to replace her.
Exactly. Well,
It's a cool-
Genevieve, just taking a quick glance at these creatures, I agree that these things are
Weird.
I think having 2 brain cells might be an exaggeration. I think they may not even have 1.
Yeah, it's kind of the hypothesis I'm currently operating under. I don't know if these things. I don't know how they're alive, or if they even qualify as
I-
life at this point.
Alive? Alive?
Live.
Alive?
Hello.
I agree. I'm not too sure, but I'm getting sidetracked. You said you're from the Quadratica, yes?
Yeah, I also work in cooperation with the University of Lorbis, and I also sometimes interact with the Cartographers Guild, and sometimes with the Archaeologists Association.
Do they
Well,
just- Do they just start fuming from the mine when she says archaeologist because they're trying to say it?
It seems like it's just kind of. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. No. Unfortunately, I haven't seen. What? Sorry, guys. Opie. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the Spider-Verse movies. I've really been meaning to. Apparently, a lot of really golden lines came out of those. But yeah, the birds themselves seem to be, like, all the bigger words just seem to kind of just slip off them. Brain smooth, no hurt me, or and they only ever seem to like start to open their mouths whenever it's like a short, sharp word that's said. So it's like when she said yes, and that's when you heard one in the background go yes, 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 yes. Ma.
are these baby kinku? What's it called? Kinku?
Kenku.
Kanku. That's what. Kanku.
Oh,
know.
they're penkus.
No, I was being a headass.
I
Okay,
think
I was gonna
I think
be
the
like,
Kenku,
ah,
I think Kenku people might actually be insulted if you insinuate that.
what? But it's similar because they
That's
can't
why I was-
speak.
Oh, because they
That's why I
both do
was
mimicry.
joking.
Okay, I didn't know I was dealing with a bunch of racists.
What?
Hey!
Okay.
They're birds.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. No,
Oh,
kidding.
okay. I see how it is. She brings up her hands. No, okay.
No.
Anyway, wait, it's like
Um,
no, I genuinely think that if you were to equate these things to Kenku, the Kenku people would actually be insulted.
oh,
'Cause
for
the,
sure.
The
Very
divide,
much
the
so,
divide in
yes.
intellect here is very apparent.
Very much.
But out of character, real quick. We're not going to do the Quadratica quite yet, correct? If I recall correctly.
That was the capital is where you guys are heading, which is where the headquarters of the Quadratica are.
Oh, we are. Okay. It's funny you mentioned the Quadratica because we're currently heading there ourselves. Well,
Yeah,
not there specifically, the town.
Oh,
to
well,
be fair, I
capital.
would say, yeah, I think we're stopping off in town until Hollow Hollow can get to the ocean. Then we're going straight to the tower, and then we're coming back to the society.
Huh. Do you guys think you're going
Well-
to make a stop to this to society? Because even if you guys just drop in, I would appreciate if you could let them know that I'm going to be out for a little bit dealing with. Gesticulates at the birds. These things.
Yes, that's something we can do when we're on the way while we're there.
I'd appreciate that. It's always good to let my colleagues be informed.
Well, thank you for giving me your time, and thank these lovelies. She says a little forced.
I don't even know what
Um,
the hell to name these things at this point.
Holo Holo's trying to beckon a few of them inside like a wicker basket right now. Just
Is there anything he's going to try and do alongside that, or is he just kind of just like holding a basket down from like one end of the cart and just kind of gesturing towards it?
I'll hold out like some feed maybe or like some fruit.
Hello, hello. Extremely food
Thank you
motivated.
for Genevieve. Thank you for
Hello.
your time, Genevieve. I have something to deal
hello,
with.
hello. Actually, you pan the camera over so people can see this. Hello.
This is the
I'm
best.
just gonna
This is the best.
slowly walk my way over to the cart.
Okay.
Fire himself
Okay.
is just wildly thrashing. So what the fuck are these things?
Foot just goes to the other one that was just standing on his trico and says, no, go on then. Go back to your friends. And pats him on the head as well.
Yes.
Hello,
So
hello.
I just got cursed to hell and back. Let me have it.
Hello. What
Yes.
are you doing?
there are
I'm
currently
bringing it.
7 of these things scampering around, and one is currently head down, ass up in the basket that Holo Holo is holding.
Just after my mood got better, what are you doing?
I'm bringing a few of them along.
Why?
Because they're friend-shaped.
French.
Well, that may be true. You don't have the capacity to take care of them while we're on the road.
You underestimate my power.
Hello. I have to agree. I think if we're going to take any one of them, it should just be one, not multiple, since they seem to
Even
multiply.
that. And
Maria
the
turns
fact
around and
that
goes, "Why did you say it that way?"
She's
What? Oh, I
She's-
didn't mean it in any way. I just saying the multiplying, which is concerning.
It was the tone of voice you used. It was, yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
it was
Siren is quite.
worryingly sensual, is what I'm saying, and it's a weird
I
way to
didn't-
speak about birds.
No,
I-
please.
I didn't-
pay her no
Siren
mind.
turns around and you can't see her face, but her ears turn red.
Yeah, no, Karia will stop spinning Mallory at this point, and yes, I have been spinning Mallory the entire time. And I'll go. Please pay her no mind. She worships a goddess of motherhood and
Uh-oh.
is quite interested in the breeding process.
sex
moon
is
is
a foreign
motherly.
concept.
I-
Sex
I
is a
kill Faria.
I don't worship a goddess of judgment, but still at the same time, I'm going to pray on this. I need to think.
I didn't mean it like that. I just meant it in a tone of voice to show concern because if they multiply, we'll be in trouble.
Okay.
And Mallory is kind
Dizzy.
of done with this thing.
Mhm.
He's like, okay, time to move on. The birds have found their owner.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
I'm
Genevieve
going
for
to
her part
walk
is
back.
going to. Genevieve for her part is going to doff her cap from her hat for a moment and say, "Well, safe travels, and best of luck with that."
Hold on, please don't leave yet. You have a bunch of birds to collect.
Oh dear, did they scamper off
I'm
again?
keeping
And she
one.
Yes, yeah.
I'm keeping.
she pulls out another handful of cornmeal and just in like scattering it out in like I'm gonna say this-ish direction, so that is readily visible to the birds inside the cart. There's just this chorus of muffled hello, 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 hello from within the cart, and there's that sound of the scattering cornmeal, and then they all scarper out of the cart.
Is the one eating the fruit still in the basket?
Yes, it is currently still head down, ass up in the basket.
You know, I suspect that if all else fails, Genevieve, that you may make a killing selling these things, as they are, as Holo Holo said, friend-shaped.
We'll see if we can get a legitimate business out of people who, for some insane reason, might be interested in these things. But I am not a poacher, and we have a strict line of ethics when it comes to discovering new species and how not to exploit them.
Anyway,
Oh,
Anyway, come along, you little miscreants. Hello, hello, miscreant. Hello, yes, hello, yes, skippity. Fucking.
I think they're learning new words.
I think they're coming up with them on their own. They might actually be spawning some sort of intelligence. I might actually have to shut my mouth around these things.
mouth.
Mouth.
I will teach them to
What the
Oh.
fuck?
Oh,
Mouse.
Anybody seen that short?
mouth. Yeah, I know what
Yeah,
you're talking
mouth.
about.
I don't think I have.
No.
There's
No.
these animated animal shorts done by a comic artist. It's all about what it would be like if animals lived in human society as like humanoids, basically. It's like Zootopia,
them.
only way less. Yeah.
Adorable. I've
Yeah.
seen it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love those.
It's like Zootopia if it was much more open to the silly and nasty parts of animal nature. And one of those shorts is a chipmunk goes to a supermarket and there's a weasel bagging up running their stuff across a squirrel.
Yes.
That was running the it was a hamster. I think it was a hamster actually. As the squirrel was running the items across the scanner, and then goes, "Do you want paper or plastic?" And then the thing stares at him and goes, "Do you want paper or plastic?" And then goes, "Mouth."
Balls.
And then just like it cuts the next scene immediately afterwards, where it's the squirrel whose hands are covered in saliva, and the hamster has cheeks full of groceries. It's a great animation. They do great stuff.
Yeah,
Little
There's actually a part 2 to that.
yes,
And
it's a
part
Halloween
three.
trick
And a part
three. One is trick or treating, where the mouth thing comes back to the squirrel's home, in a ghost costume, and then the part 3 is where where another animal comes to the door in the ghost costume. The squirrel freaks out, thinks it's the mouth guy, and then has his home
Pepper
torched for
sprays.
racism. He pepper sprays.
no.
He pepper sprays the animal, and then the people in the surrounding town burn his house down.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they assaulted a child.
Yes.
Yeah, firstly, this is really funny.
Oh,
'cause,
so
like,
birds
the
can't be
bird
affected.
that-
The bird that got pepper sprayed
Yeah.
isn't affected by capsaicin.
Yeah, and also that bird is a dwarf owl.
Mm.
So
He's
in
a fully grown
adulthood,
guy.
it looks like that. Yeah, it's a fully grown guy.
It was entirely a setup by the hamster, because he refused to give him candy when he originally came to his door. So yeah,
Christ.
mouth. Anyway, that diversion aside, you guys have two of the little hello birds currently chattering away. One in a basket. One is currently just staring up at Chico standing next to her ankle.
Yes, it was very nice to meet you and your army of creatures. I'm going to retrieve Mallory, who is...
Creatures
actually
implies that
upset.
something made these, and I pray for whatever deity created these.
I wonder how they would be affected by the deep. Anyways, I will go and...
my
retrieve
God.
That's a disturbing thought right there. Jesus fuck.
Oh,
I will be sleeping with that one.
Oh.
Anyways, now, you gather your entities then. I will gather my creatures, and we will depart. I will... Yes. Good luck.
Holo's keeping the one. Holo's keeping the one he has in his basket.
Mallory's upside down in a tree.
Fine.
I'm
Give me-
under the tree and I'm fallen.
Oh
And I
my
can't get up.
Yep.
I will pick
Yeah,
Mallory up
Get
by
Ma-
the nape of her
Get
neck.
Mallory your life alert.
I will pick
Fine, let
Mallory
me
up
keep
by
one
her
of
hat.
them.
I'll pick Mallory up by the nape of her neck like a cat, and then I will bring Malady back to Esmeralda, throw her over the saddle, and then slap Esmeralda slightly on the ass to get her walking again.
As yeah, as Esmeralda,
Yay.
as the Maria and Mitra, who's just kind of been watching on and giggling, though also puzzled by the nature of these creatures, like just shrugs and goes, "Well, that was an adventure." She continues to go, as does Maria, who is conspicuously silent and has a rosary in her hand. Esmeralda trots on forth, and the cart sets forth. As you have the little hello bird in your basket, and the little one that was trailing after Chico just staring as you guys ride off.
I'm going to. Holo's gonna look up to the party, and he's gonna say, "I'm gonna name him Hoopo Hoopo."
Hello,
Okay.
hello.
Hold on. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
Isn't that about you?
The car isn't. I'm guessing the car isn't going too fast.
That's just-
Chico
Yeah.
sprints out at the.
I don't sprint. I stroll.
Okay.
hello.
Pick up. Hi. Pick up the
Hi.
little cretin.
You just both arms just kind of come underneath it, hoist it up, and it does a little thing where it kind of like flaps its flippers a little bit as it's losing its balance in your arms, but then topples back, rests against your robes, and then just comes to a rest, looks up at you, in a little upside down gaze, and goes, "Hello."
Oh, this is what we call it. Oh. Oh.
well, it's a good thing we got to keep one of them.
No, we got. I come back with another. Much to my chagrin.
Oh,
Here, I'll take him out of my hands for you.
And with this,
You never know.
Unfortunately,
These creatures might be social. This might be good for them.
Exactly. These
and
things are
with
probably
this-
social.
and with this single instance, we have now forsaken all stealth missions.
Yes. Yes.
I
Um,
regret my life choice.
You've also
yeah.
I
you've also
regret this.
contracted a permanent deficit to all social interactions while these creatures are present.
Anyways, these
To,
things.
to everybody who isn't immediately enchanted with their infuriatingly clumsy behavior.
They're a great icebreaker though.
Yeah.
If you're curious, by the way, hoopo hoopo means dum dum.
Dum.
Hollow, hollow.
See, it already knows
Also,
what it
also, I'll be
Wait.
right back.
Oh, good.
There's no Foxy in here.
It knows my name.
Did you see the one TikTok of the guy who reenacted like the last scene, and instead of the actual drawing, he had like fan art of Freddy and Foxy kissing, and it was like,
Yes. What have you done?
Saw that.
What have you done? Yes. The only thing that can kill the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, the fan art. Let's be fair,
Yeah, that's-
it's actually part of the reason why it succeeded.
Yeah.
Are
It was the Sonic effect.
How
Oh, no.
vocal are these things, by the way, as they travel with us?
Sorry, what?
How vocal are these things? Like,
Depends on how active you are around, how much you talk and how much you move. Because it's very noticeable on the first few minutes that the more you talk between each other, as long as it's like a fairly verbose conversation, they don't tend to chime in very much. But if you talk in like short sentences or in shorter words, they tend to interject more by trying to mimic. On a flip side, when the silence is going too long, sometimes they just kind of close their eyes and kind of lay back and drift away. But if there's like a jolt from the road or something, or someone moves around while they're like carrying the bird, that does kind of stir them to a bit more activity as they then do their customary greeting of hello.
beautiful.
First chance I get, I'm building these two a cage of some kind. Enclosure of some kind.
Vark.
Yes.
Now that these things are in the cart with you, I would like an intelligence check. Just straight intelligence.
Okay.
Wait. Do I still have guidance?
Maybe.
Also,
You know I'm gonna use I can use another spell slot for guidance, right? Because
Yeah.
the thing with Pathfinder sheets is it's confusing. It makes it seem
But
like I
you-
can only cast the spell once, but I can't if that's
No,
actually
you
the
can-
case.
Guidance is an orison, or basically divine cantrip.
You don't prepare cantrips, as I understand. You just have a certain amount you know. So
Oh. What? But there's level 0, and then there's a specific number of level 0 spells I can prepare.
Yeah,
It says
because those
4.
are not necessarily. They're like it's one of those like always prepared things. You just learn
Yeah.
those and you always have
for orisons, you just for orisons there's a limit to the amount you know, and those grow with level, and they're considered always prepared. It's leveled spells that you know all of them, but have to prepare them each day.
Oh. Wait, so I can cast cantrips like whenever I want?
Depends on
Yeah.
the class. Depends on the class. Some orison,
Oh.
some classes have orisons or cantrips that have a limited amount of spell slots. Some don't.
I see.
Yeah. So
Oh.
if you go to the Pathfinder wiki and you look at the cleric and you see your spells per day list. So right now you're level 6 cleric, and it says for level 0 it says 4.
Yep.
So you can prepare 4 orisons every day. You can
Yeah.
choose any 4 of the ones on your spell list, and
Okay.
you can for that specific day you can cast those 4 however often you want.
I even understand it incorrectly. And also,
Whoa.
it says these spells are treated like any other spell, but they are not expended when cast and may be used again. So they do function like cantrips, and they are prepared like your other priests, your other cleric spells. So yeah, I was wrong about that.
Okay, that's cool.
Hell yeah.
I understand now. Okay. I had a question. Because I sent you a DM
Oh.
about skill training because I forgot to distribute my skill points when I leveled up from level 5 to 6.
Ah,
When you level up, are you able to train yourself in a skill, or can you not do that?
you can become trained in a skill. It's only in the cases like some really niche skills that might require a mentor. Things like a
Okay.
profession or something like that.
Like me and my guns.
Yes.
You and your guns. Can I train? Because I should have done this from the start since I made this character because it makes total sense for her. But can I train Siren in knowledge nature?
Sure.
Yay.
Especially considering how many people in this party are capable in it, would be able to help you learn. Yes, absolutely.
Nice.
If you need any knowledge skill, I have them all. I wish I was joking.
You and Vark.
Holo would be a very good nature mentor.
Got a lot of
person.
very, very smart people in this group. So
If you
you're
need
in good
anything
company.
about planes or religion or nature or dungeoneering or arcana or local.
Ah, wonderful. Yes. Yeah. The group continues. And yeah, with the occasional little jostle of hello, hello. The worst is typically whenever
Oh,
one stirs the other.
hold your horses here. I didn't roll my check yet.
Yeah. What do you call it? The worst is when
Okay.
there's the back and forth of like when one gets the other going and they go back and forth for a couple of minutes.
What check?
As if I very gently, as they do in the hello stunt, just very gently, with 2 fingers, close their mouth, like shush. Mm.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
And then he's like,
All right, that's about right.
They just throw up.
Oh wow, that is, huh?
I left by accident.
You're-
Oh.
I wanted to share that video of the Daddy Phantom with the.
Oh boy. So that would be a 14 total plus.
That would be a 14
like,
total, yes.
Guidance.
As
Man, now that I know I can cast guidance whenever, I'm always going to use it.
it does take a standard
Welcome
action, so there are situations in which you won't be able to immediately pop it onto somebody. We're not doing Baldur's Gate 3.
Guidance.
Damn.
Guidance. Guidance. Hey, guidance.
And then there's just
Oh.
just from on high, your goddess is like, stop pestering me. Because each individual guidance is an
Fire.
individual prayer asking for help. So yeah,
Also, whenever you get the chance, Remy, can you take again a DM I sent you?
yeah.
No, it's not too important right now. It was when I did my math.
That'll work.
It would?
Absolutely.
I
wouldn't
see.
mind.
Alright. Alright,
Try and kill
cool.
these things.
Now, I now have a way to potentially stop Karya and Vair's sickness.
Or at the very least, keep it
Oh,
at bay.
Well, yeah, keep it intact.
So, Vark, something's nagging at you. You're not quite sure what it is. You feel like you got it on the tip of your tongue, on the tip of your brain. But
It's these birds for sure. They're
yeah, you can't
nagging
tell.
me.
You can't tell if the birds are what's eliciting this, or if their distraction is stopping you from remembering it. Maybe it's getting this close to the tower, and you're starting to recognize some of the scenery. Maybe that's it. But it's this notion of familiarity that you can't quite grasp. More or less, this was a memory check.
Okay.
And the party continues. They've successfully wasted about 2 hours of your guys' time with birds.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know, right?
Beautiful.
You distracted us.
I
By
do
the
hope
way,
that
I
helped
give
lighten
Arya
the
and
mood.
Fire their key.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to
Okay.
experiment with these birds.
Oh dear.
More like I'm gonna see what try to pump some brain cells in that
Mhm.
creature.
Well, you must certainly. I would love to see how these creatures would react if
know.
you hit them with an awakening spell.
Yeah, I was saying awaken spell. Oh no.
Wait a minute, I have a better idea. Hello, give me your headband.
Hang
Oh.
on.
Oh,
Give me your
oh,
headband.
this is gonna be interesting.
Oh wait, why don't you just use yours?
Because I'm using yours.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
You opt off, curse alone. This is your payment for that time.
The fuck you mean? Just hello.
This is the stupid tax. Decrease your intelligence
Yeah,
for a
that's
bit.
stupid. Hand it over.
You know they have to bind themselves to this thing, right?
Technically
They have to
speaking,
wear it for 24 hours.
yeah, technically speaking, the bonus is immediate. It's just it stops being
Oh.
considered a temporary bonus after 24 hours.
Oh, okay, I see. Anyways, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll hand it
That's
over. then.
that's the after 24 hours, it's considered a permanent bonus, a la a normal stat increase. That's for the sake of things like feat qualification and stuff like that.
I see.
So it is technically possible. A common example given is like gauntlets of ogre strength, putting you over the threshold needed to get power attack. So as long as you have them wielded and you buy that feat, you're able to use it. But the moment the gauntlets come off, that you're no longer able to use that feat, despite the fact that you still have it. That kind of thing.
Oh.
That's the
Cool.
distinction between temporary and permanent bonuses. So yes, though if you take it off, you will be required to take another 24 hours to bind to it. But considering the amount of travel you have ahead of you, you. Besides which,
You're fine.
yeah, you're fine for the time being, probably. Besides which, that int bonus isn't really going towards any spell casting at the moment. So
Yeah. Okay, I'll take it off and I'll put it around a bird's head.
okay,
Bird.
you slide it over
We're not
the
using the brain cells. Let Chaiko use them.
you slide the headband over the smooth slick feathers of the strange bird's head, the one that is yet to be named. It sort of settles over its brow ridge and seems to come over its eyes for a moment, like only partially obscuring its eyes considering the size of them. And then the headband tightens, squishes the thing's head, as its head seems to take on an almost cylindrical shape for a moment. And then it's resized itself to wrap around its head. As it then slowly cranes its head around, eyes for the first time coming into focus as they look at each of the people in the van. And then it brings one flipper up to its up in front of its face. And then it looks up towards the ceiling, then out the back of the cart. How much is the int bonus is a +2, correct?
2.
It's a +2.
Okay. As it looks at its flipper, and then out the back of the cart at the sky, through the sun-dappled leaves of the Rosaino forest. Me think there's 4 me am.
Varg, who has been silent throughout the whole exchange, and even before that, the whole bird swarm thing, just kind of lowers, raises his head to look at Holo specifically in this instant, and goes, "You are aware of how cruel you are being right now, right?"
I wasn't the one.
Oh no. Yeah, he was the one who did that.
The worst part is that now it's going to be intelligent enough to know what's about to happen when you take that thing off, and it will
You
have to
give
go
it-
back to being stupid.
That's exactly what
Congratulations,
Varg is meaning right now.
Existence,
Yes.
Congratulations, you've cursed him with sentience.
existence is shallow question with no answer. My life and my intelligence, ephemeral. One life, but a simple hello.
This bird's about to become Nietzsche.
You literally, you are an evil god in this
Okay,
creature's
wait.
eyes.
Wait. So wait, who was it that put it on this creature's head? Was it
Me.
Chaiko or Hollow?
Chaiko was the one
You.
that placed
Okay,
it on
so-
the thing.
Chaiko's lawful evil.
Siren is gonna like kind of go up to Chaiko's ear and whisper, "Are you quite satisfied with the outcome? Can we undo it now?"
No,
What?
I'm not.
No.
I could put it to
I take the
sleep.
band. I take the band off.
Before she does so, I put it to sleep.
Are you casting sleep?
Just so it doesn't. I mean, I'm assuming it has such little hit dice that it will be affected by sleep.
Mm.
Wait, it's not a humanoid. Fuck. Never mind. I guess it's gonna
Go to
suffer.
sleep, bro.
Actually-
Go to sleep.
As,
Go to sleep.
as you,
Actually,
Go to sleep.
do you take the headband
and
off?
not yet. I pull out the gourd.
Hmm.
It's the only anesthesia that I have.
Oh God. What
I
a
didn't do this.
that's yeah that's
Please.
actually, you know from first-hand experience that is not anesthesia. That literally just traps you,
know.
makes you a prisoner within your own mind and body.
For a few moments.
Mm-hmm. As he
Cork.
as
I pull out the stopper.
You-
Pour it at the bird.
as the functionally negative mental capacity that it had before that shielded it from the effects of this thing, that made it more or less one of the few living creatures in the world that had the mindless quality, no longer protects it because it has an intelligence of 3 now, which puts it
Oh
just
my-
above animal intelligence to low humanoid intelligence, putting it into what one might consider to qualify for sapience if one is being especially generous. As it stares
I'm
into the
sorry,
gourd,
little one.
as then its head droops back and you hear the sound of bones rattling emit from its mouth as its eyes once more go out of focus.
I'm sorry, little one. I have committed a grave sin. Take the headband off. I look towards everyone.
Hello,
We never speak of this.
hello.
Hello?
Will it even remember?
I hope it does not, but I will feel shame if it does.
We have played God this day.
And I feel dirty for it.
Let's agree to never do that again.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm telling.
To never be
I'm telling
weird
Mom.
again.
I'm
I'm
telling
telling
God.
Luna.
I'm telling God.
I'm literally
must
telling
repent.
Genevieve we gave these things
You-
above average human, above animal intelligence, and they lamented their own idiocy.
Chaiko, you committed an act of God by giving a creature intelligence, and committed an act of committed a horrible atrocity by
Horrible
taking it
sin
away.
by
Go to your
stealing
room.
it, yeah.
Go to your room.
I'm
You,
gonna
All
put
of our
back
gave it
on.
awareness
Oh,
just long enough to realize how horrible that is, and then
You're
Yeah,
grounded.
stole it.
Oh god.
It's a learning experience for all of us.
Hey, everybody except for the bird.
You need to awaken this bird sometime.
I will. I've committed a sin. I have to repay it somehow. I plan to.
When you can find a
Hello?
more permanent solution,
Yes.
Or
All
we
of
could,
our
or
members.
I-
we
I'm asking the
could make
gods for
headbands for
forgiveness.
both of these birds. You could.
What?
You could make headbands for both of these birds.
That's expensive.
Just
Yes.
Marie in the front is just again clutching the rosary, this time a bit closer. Just sleep, forgive us. So yeah,
I hand the band back to Vark.
you mean to hello, hello.
Hello. Yeah, sorry. Hello.
Sure, Bark would appreciate it.
I've been
Take care, Ari. Have a
Yeah.
good sleep.
Take care.
Sleep well, Ari.
Bye.
Actually, no, she's
Good night.
she's just switching to phone.
Oh.
In which case,
Oh, okay.
enjoy
Oh,
your
I
lie
don't-
down then.
Eh.
Take the weight
Bye
off
bye
your
for
back.
a couple minutes.
Oh boy, I wonder how well it's going. If you eventually get to the awakening, I wonder how well it's going to roll on its intelligence, because a creature that awakens can have anywhere from 3 to 18 intelligence. It's a 3d6.
Oh God.
I wanted to have an 8 intelligence.
You will
please.
have your bird Descartes,
What level is Awaken?
5th level spell. It's a druid spell.
Oh, I don't get it, then.
Oh, I don't think I get it. Yeah, damn.
Yep,
We're gonna
witches
Uh-oh.
don't get it.
Like, is it exclusively for druids?
Druids, shamans, and oracles with the nature mystery.
I see.
Well, I mean, I can always track down one of those spells. I can probably track down a scroll of some kind.
Possibly.
Go talk to Hollow Hollow's like people. Be like, hey, y'all got druids? Y'all wanna enlighten a creature for me real quick?
They definitely have shamans, so yeah, we could do that.
Commission
Why
a
are we
scroll.
returning to Hollow Hollow's homeland? To pursue his personal quest? No, to awaken a bunch of really fucking stupid birds.
We
wanna-
committed a sin, and now we need to fix our mistake.
We must repent
we
in
must
some way so
atone.
karma will not come slapping back at us.
We must atone.
Ah, God, what a fruitful little side thing this was.
I don't know about fruitful, but it was a side thing.
Yeah.
What
you know,
started? What's
For just winging it, you guys did well.
what started with funny haha bird turned to crime against God.
Hmm Crime
Right.
against nature, crime against the gods. Yeah. Therefore, I think me think, therefore me am is something that's going to sit with me.
I'm gonna
So
call
with me too.
I'm gonna call this one Nalo,
Nalo?
as in lost.
Fitting.
I need to think of a name for mine.
Is this Nala?
Oh! I named the second one too. If you want to name your own, you can. I've just Hollow named them both.
Yeah, I want to name it. I want to name it myself at some point.
Maybe
Yeah,
something in
okay,
your
okay.
maybe something in your home language.
I named mine Hoopa Hoopa, which is Dum Dum.
Hoopa hoopa.
And it
Name one of them.
whenever you call its name, it responds in kind. Hello, hello. It says hello, hello.
Hello. Good.
There's
see
2
no
of
problem.
them. Or 3 of them.
I see no problem with this.
I see many problems with everything.
Are you talking about how we gave it sentience and then took it away?
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
I do. Out of character, I do feel actually dirty for that.
You're a horrible human being.
For a certain amount of human being. Vair for himself, as he's lying down in the footwell of the cart, is just looking haunted. As he himself is currently lost in something of a mire of philosophical questioning as he's just staring lost into the distance.
I sense motive a year.
Go for it.
Can you read Dragon Face?
On surface level observation, Vair's face might almost mimic that of the birds' faces, with how into the middle distance his glance is. But you see far more evidence of actual intelligent thought, perhaps too much for his own good, as you see the pensive flicking back and forth of eyes that can only be the lost gaze of somebody caught in existential dread. As Vair puffs out a slow breath and says, "Here I thought there's nothing worse than the deep."
Oh no, what have I become?
You're the one who wanted to do it, evil
Well,
ass.
You're right.
This is what you
Well,
get for
congratulations!
right.
It gave it
You-
knowledge
you're-
and took it away just as quickly.
you're living up to the mad scientist reputation. You might not be an artificer anymore, but you're still living that life.
You traumatized my dragon, you dick.
Oh no, what have I done?
What have
I
I
give-
done?
In an attempt to make him feel better, Siren will attempt to give Fire some scritches.
Your nails run across his smooth carapace and scales, and you try to find that bit behind like his like head plating where there's a little soft bit just behind it, and you see his body just shudder a little bit in satisfaction as you find the spot. And for a moment, his eyes do close, and he seems to have his mind pulled away from the existential contemplation that he was previously stuck in.
Did Chaiko's alignment get changed by doing that?
No.
No!
Okay. Jokes. Yeah, no. Even if it was or didn't, what I did was something out of pure, harmless curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I learned that my actions have repercussions.
How about that?
Consequences?
I can't wait for this to come back and bite us in the ass when this fucking one.
Yeah, when
bird-
this thing regains sentience.
You
and
guys were
writes
waiting
you
for
as a
some big
third-
plot thread to tie this all together. You've met the BBEG.
It was me.
Yeah, no, this thing regains sentience again.
Ari.
It's gonna write.
Oh,
It's gonna write the equivalent of Paradise Lost and blame you, Chaiko, as an evil and spiteful god who plays.
it will lead its people in rebellion, and it will fail.
I'm gonna. What's it called? For clarification's sake, the one I put the band on was my bird, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm taking extra good care of my bird.
Okay.
This little bird's
No-
gonna write up the complaint. I'm stumbling with my words. Fuck. This bird's gonna write up a Nasir-esque complaint about Chaiko.
It's gonna write Voltaire tracks.
No!
I'm going to. Oh boy, I did feel bad, man.
It's okay, it's okay.
Understandably, but at the same
It's
time,
okay.
always keep in mind that it is just a game.
Okay, yeah, I know.
But yeah, I understand the regret. Because Jesus fucking Christ, I was not expecting it to take that direction. But
Here we are. We left tortured. We left pretty fine, a little sad, and we're leaving tortured and haunted by the actions they just committed.
oh god.
Yeah, listen. I've committed sin, man, and I've learned. I know what I
Committed
I now
the original
know.
sin.
Great sin. You committed
The original
the
sin.
great. Yeah, the original. Oh no.
Anyways,
And as all of this is playing out, you guys continue to trot down the road until eventually, you do see the walls of the capital of Rosaino begin to approach in the distance.
actually, I had a request. Can
Sure.
I say that while we were traveling there, Siren would inscribe a glyph of warding into her shield?
Oh,
Because she has the materials for that now.
okay. What is
That's-
the
Forgetting to
what
do
is
that.
the trigger? We call it what is the trigger criteria for it?
The trigger criteria is if a creature strikes the shield, like what is the word? Hostilely in a hostile manner.
Yeah, if a creature strikes a shield with like hostile intention.
Yes. And the type of damage. What are the types of damage I can get? Like any elemental?
Glyph of warding. There are some limitations on the typing. Glyph of warding. It
think
is. Blast Glyph deals 1d8 of damage per 2 caster levels. Damages acid, cold, fire, electricity, or sonic. Alternatively, you can make it a spell glyph, which can store any harmful spell of 3rd level or lower.
I see. I'll get back to you on that and just send you a DM then. with the
Gotcha.
type That it is.
That's terrifying, though. But yeah, thank you, Chaika, for the man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
Yeah, no problem.
So yeah. Uh,
You know, I
Okay.
kind of understand why the people did that now on your homeland. Anyway, joke.
Oh,
Now you know why she's on the run. Anyway, as you begin to approach, it takes a couple of days of travel after that, which goes without interruption. But eventually, you come to the gates of Rosino's capital. Namely, this is as you approach, the Maria gestures towards it and says, "Well, we're finally here. Everybody, welcome to Padrini." As
And we
you approach, and very immediately obvious where Lorbany was itself a pretty developed city with walls and guards and anti-siege fortifications, as well as a very developed, what do you call it, a very developed urban construction within the city. Padrini is a league beyond it, as it lacks certain things that Lorbany had, but the city itself is huge. It's positioned on a perfectly positioned section on the coastline, has a large port. The walls themselves are considerably higher than Lorbany's and look to be bristling with security and guardsmen. The front gate is what looks to be permanently guarded by a small battalion of guards folk. And even looking past the gate and the moat that there's the road runs up. It comes to a bridge that can be lifted, under which runs a moat, which is directly connected to the ocean, but itself is also gated off what looks to be a lock of some sort. And God, what's the name of that sort of grate that you can drop in a gatehouse? Yeah, the name. Yeah, it really just does escape me.
Sorry.
Hmm?
Oh, okay, it didn't pick up because of noise suppression. Thank God. My smoke alarm started going off because
Oh,
I took
Jesus.
it down, and it was right next to the mic. Oh, Christ.
question: is there a Mordaunt bank here?
Maybe. What is that called? A portcullis. That's it. There's a large portcullis threatening to come down and crush anything that would try to. As you know, portcullises can be dropped at a moment's notice, and have been known to be quite heavy. Overall, the front entrance of Padrini. There you go. Sorry, Ari. Yeah, you did help me there. But yeah, the front gate very much does not radiate welcoming, as it's promises, from what you can tell from the anti-siege weaponry positioned on the top of the fortified walls, the many well-armed men and women all across the top of the walls, as well as on the gate itself, and the way that the gatehouse itself is constructed promises terrible things for people potentially trying to make trouble or invade and change. What change do you demand? Yes, of course. I become tiny. I am now tiny. I hope you're happy.
We are.
We are Japanese goblin.
No, No Toho. Not now, at least. Anyway, so yes, the gatehouse does not look welcoming, but Maria, despite that, leads your cart up towards it, into an unavoidable press, an unavoidable press of other transportation and people looking to get in and out of the city, until eventually you come up to the gatehouse. You are then asked to pull aside and then submit to inspection. Overall,
Flick is getting bad flashbacks to.
Oh no.
mhm,
Uh-oh.
Oh no, the birds. Oh no, guys, the birds.
It'll be fine.
Oh no, the birds. Yeah, no, yeah, the birds
Immediately
are
has
going
a
to be the
bad
thing that
feeling
gets
about
us.
this.
yeah, there's a proverbial swarm of guards that surround your cart as they poke it up and down. They check underneath it. They check between the wooden struts and the cart. They look over your supplies in the back. They don't pry any of the crates or barrels open, but they do question. They question Maria, as well as Maria, who's basically taken over as your spokesperson for this inspection. I was like, what is your purpose here in the city? What are you seeking? How long do you intend to stay? What are you carrying with you? Is there anything you would like to declare? To which then one of what looks to be a younger woman of a guard pokes her head in the back, right to where Hollow is sitting. Or sorry, no, where Chaiko is sitting in the back of the wagon with a little bird in her lap. She looks you guys over, looks down at the dragon at your feet, seems to knit her brows at that, but doesn't say anything. And then looks to Hollow, and then looks to you, Chaiko, and then the little bird in your lap.
Oh, hello there.
Ma'am, what is that? Hello.
I'm guessing it's my bird, right?
Yes. Hello.
Um,
Hello. Hello.
Excuse me. I put I silence it with my fingers again. This bird is, I'm not too sure. I happened to pick it up along the way, and all it can say is hello. It has no idea what any of it means. It heard it somewhere, and it won't stop saying it.
Oh, the guard is compartmentalizing at this point. Yes, she thinks the bird will be easier to address first than the fucking dragon in the footwell. But yeah, she's like, hey.
I unsilence the bird.
Hello.
See.
Okay. Ma'am, I feel it a matter of course to suggest that you not pick up strange creatures on the roadside, but I can't tell anybody how to
We've got word it was safe enough by someone from the Quadratica, right? That's what it's called.
The Society Quadratica, yes.
Yeah, because aren't their tower is based here in this town?
They are based in this city, yes.
So that's just some word. The only reason we decided to take it is because we found a member of the Quadratica, and they too plan to bring some of these birds back on their own.
I see. She turns around. She seems to be conferring with somebody else in a hushed tone. Okay. They will have to be similarly inspected. We are, as the group, at least people on the outside would notice, there are several individuals in what look to be armored robes, waving wands and staves over the cart, probing for you would have to assume with divination magic. As long as our scans don't turn over anything worrying about these creatures, you're free to have them. Though it must be said that you must mind these while you're in city limits. Make sure to keep them on a leash, or just keep an eye on them.
I plan to buy cages soon. No need to worry.
Good. See that you do. And then she finally looks down and has to address the dragon in the room. And the fact that I have to ask this, but who's claiming ownership of the dragon? To which Vair kind of curls his neck, where he's lied down, was previously facing away, brings his head up, curls it back to look at her, sort of like bringing the head like around in like a what do you call it, a 180 degree, 180, but yeah, 180 degree turn. And this lets out a little hiss of, "Excuse you."
What dragon?
The one that's owned by Karya, our driver.
There's a sound. I have to do this because this is something I planned a while ago. It's the sound of what it sounds like to be a young boy that you think it sounds like a young boy off to the like. You can hear him through the tarp of the cart where you are, sort of snickering. And there's a beat as the guard just kind of glances off to the side. There's a look of not anger, but like a sort of "don't you dare," and then there's that same voice again going, "Freaking these nuts." At which point the guard woman says, "Right, that's it." Well, it was just like she brings her she brings one hand up, just up next to her head in a sort of motion of, "I'm going to smack you." It's the last time I put my little brother to work.
Do not, Siren. Let it be.
No, I understand. Well, I don't understand. I'm confused. Who is? Why? How?
My brother, my little brother, my parents insisted he says he wants to be like a guard or adventurer someday, and my parents insisted I bring him on guard duty.
Oh. Well,
Should I tell him the crushing reality of what it's like to be an adventurer and or guard?
can we
No.
just continue?
She brings up a hand and goes, "No, it's our responsibility as a family. That's for when he's older."
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Not having round two, Mallory.
I'd rather not put the asshole tariff on you guys. You've at least been behaved so far. Okay.
Very
Again,
kind of you.
the matter of the dragon. And no, I'm not just going to buy what dragon. Timothy, shut up. So.
I assume, are you referencing myself or my brother? Ikara will
You
finally
don't look
just
like a dragon to me. You look like a man with scales, and you could be anything. I mean the actual dragon.
Right. Yes, what about it?
For the sake of simplicity, he is with the man with scales.
Okay. Could have drawn that conclusion myself. Didn't want to assume. Right. Is the dragon well behaved?
He is trained, he is capable of understanding human language, and will behave and listen to the man with scales.
Excellent. In that case, if he understands human language, I can speak to him myself. Sir, what's his name?
Vair.
I feel I'm necessitated to ask these things as creatures of para and exotic nature are typically thoroughly screened upon entering the city. We don't like having surprises. I'm very sorry about this. Are you capable of understanding me? Vair just kind of nods his head up and down, now kind of adjusting himself so he's actually facing her. You're obviously a sapient creature. I hate asking demeaning questions like this, but are you house trained? Vair kind of looks back at Kari and goes, "I don't know, brother. Am I?"
I would believe so. I suppose.
Good.
Have you? Yes, sure.
He turns back around and nods to the guard woman as she's pulled out a clipboard at this point and is crossing some things off. Okay. Does your diet
very quietly to others?
does your diet at any way consist of or require you to eat live food? Shakes his head. Okay, excellent. Throws out the vampire claws. Wonderful. Okay. Does your diet require you to ingest anything innately magical? To which he seems to think, and then shake his head and goes, "Wonderful. Okay. Don't worry about magic items being snatched in the night by hungry wizards. Hungry. We call it a hungry ethereal filcher. Wonderful. Okay. And lastly, did you or did you not participate in the last elected voting cycle? To which she kind of, what? He just looks around and goes, all right, I'll take that as a no. Would you like to register to vote? He goes, what? Just looking around,
Yes.
looking back at Kari, it's like, what?
I don't know. Sure, yes, they will look more favorably upon you as a citizen of this nation.
Okay, excellent. Has an interest in registering for voting rights. Wonderful. Okay, yes. Probably shouldn't have answered affirmative to that, but sure. Hey. Depending on how long you spend within the city limits, you may find yourself contacted by members of the Electoral College, possibly even by members of the Society Quadratica. Don't pay them any mind; they're very nosy, especially those of the Electoral College. Anybody who they consider to be potentially easily swayed or unknowledgeable in the ways of Petrini often tend to be encouraged to vote for parties that otherwise might be lagging behind in the polls. Caveat given out. Welcome to Petrini. We'll be out of your hair now. I don't see it. The scans haven't found anything of anything objectable. You guys are not carting in high amounts of explosives, or anything else that might be potentially deleterious to the city. To which we thank you. Have a pleasant day. As she then steps back from the cart, gestures something, and then you see a young boy kind of run up and hop into her arms as she kind of cradles him with one arm under her butt and waving the clipboard at you guys as the Maria begins to progress into the city and the cart begins to follow after her horse.
I wave off. I wave from behind as well. That's courteous. Yes, hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, hello.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know.
sweats,
I think this one likes
sweats
you, Jericho.
nervously. Sweats nervously.
Yes. Yes, you guys are permitted passage into Petrini. The city itself, now that you're actually in, you're able to get a good view of the skyline, and the city itself is considerably bigger than Lorbany. The city is huge. It is also relatively flat, or at least it's relatively small in terms of stories, where Lorbany tended to be a bit more vertical. Petrini is built more horizontal. However, that is changed by the fact that the city itself seems to be running up the side of what looks to be a fairly big hill, and is composed of many chalk white squarish buildings that are built in rising terraces, leading up to what looks to be a larger building with a flag at its apex. The building itself is built almost kind of like a squarish box with a steepled top, on top of which is a large flag which flies, which is a crimson red with a pink rose and a what do you call it? And a sword crossed on it. Yeah. Welcome to Petrini. It's huge. It's sprawled, and unfortunately, unlike Lorbany, a lot of the more sizable buildings, or the more important buildings, are harder to discern from a distance because they're not built as vertically and don't tend to stand out as much with the unique architecture. And the whole city, in the light of the spring day, is positively pearlescent, as the snow white architecture seems to just reflect the light at a blazing intensity. So yeah, you're in the city.
Nice.
There is a common element besides the buildings, though. The big one would be, go figure, the sheer amount of roses. It seems like almost every household here grows them on their balcony, of all kinds of colors. Some which previously you may have thought are quite rare. There's the pink, the white, the yellow, the pink, the white, the yellow, the red. But there's also things like blue and black and green. They run the gamut of colors, and some you see, and what you might see to be perhaps more well-to-do homes, perhaps even quite well-off, sometimes sport flower beds and planters filled with multicolored roses, or ones that shimmer in the afternoon light. It seems to be something of a social element. Yes, please.
I was gonna say, it makes hearing those black roses. I don't know why. All the roses made me remember of Animal Crossing. Because how do you have to fucking crossbreed all those roses to get black roses? Oh. I don't know why that reminded me of that. Anyways, continue on.
Hello, going to. This is a port city, right?
Yes.
Well, Holo already made know that he needs to go to the sea to go get the Cappy Blappy's back, so he's gonna depart from the cart for now.
Actually, while he does that, I would also like to find two things.
Okay.
I'd like to see if there's a Mordani bank.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to find the closest thing I can to a pet store.
Okay. And Ari, thank you for the self-care. Everybody straighten yourselves up. Straighten yourselves out, stretch, and get a drink. Yeah.
Hello. Something. I have my harvest sack on me, obviously, because just clarify this because I feel like that might be important. Anyways.
Maybe. Vark, were you saying something?
Oh, I was just slurping in response to the self-care. Drinking.
Gotcha.
That's all there is to it.
All right. Right. So Holo is off to the port, which is.
Not to mention I'm bringing my fruit offering with me. Yeah.
Gotcha. It is not small. It is. The port itself is. Where Mordan's ports were tight and well managed. Trini's port is huge and sprawling, and the ships docked there run the course of skips all the way to galleys, and some even bigger. You see parked in one of the anchor heads is. You've seen one of these before, back in Haven. And it's this massive ship that seems to be, its entire hull seems to be built out of a spider web crisscross of tree roots. Its deck is rimmed by bark. Where there would be a main mast is a huge tree trunk, and from branches hang long strips of leaves that make you think of willow leaves as they droop and they hang in long strips, but they also fuse together, veins pulling to one another to form sails. And there's even there's a crow's nest at the top, which looks like almost like a bundle of holly.
When you said
All across the mast, and the deck, and even the dock around it, you see elves and half elves, and also a few humans here and there, all mixed together, dressed in fine, what you think looks like silk robes and strange armor, carrying long, what look like sabers, and some of them others, these unevenly weighted bows held at their sides with the string off. Their style of dress, especially those who are not in any armor, are reminiscent of Chaika. This
hello.
is a Titan's Arm Dryad ship.
Oh.
Comes from Chaiko's homeland. And whenever they set into any port, especially with how rare these things tend to be, they are always a sight to see because they tower over any other ship in port. The walls of their hulls rise high, to the point where to fire onto the deck would require firing at least a 45-degree angle, more if your ship is particularly small. And these things survive on the open seas as much by the merit of their size as they do by the elves aboard that snipe down at anyone that attacks them.
Nice.
So yeah, that is the first thing that really catches your eye as you get into the port. Then there's other ships in dock. There's a notable lack of anything dwarvish that you would have seen more Dawn, where you would have seen like a dwarven turtle ship. Here you find a dryad ship, and also a variety of other ships and sloops and other things. And then eventually, following the dock down the line a little bit, you would eventually come to a set of stairs that just lead down maybe like a 30, 40 feet of stairs, vertically speaking, that then bring you down to a rocky, sandy beach below the piers of the ships, and also wrapping along the coastline outside the walls of the city.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
you would be able to go down to the beaches and have access to the ocean water.
and with that one hell of a view, I suppose, I guess I'm seeing like the fucking whole wooden ship, dryad ship.
Mhm.
Holo Holo will begin the incantation.
All right. You begin the ritual to bring back your familiars.
And also, I'm shooing off any like seagulls that try to take anything from the fruit, from the massive.
It is a
fruit.
constant assault.
Yeah.
Rats with wings.
Yeah.
Do you have your
Would I
bird?
have recognized the?
Do you have your
sorry, go ahead.
bird? Is it just? Yeah. You didn't go with him to the ports, so that's why I didn't immediately.
Oh,
You
okay.
have to default to your knowledge on maritime things. Do you have your bird in a
Right.
basket, Hollow Hollow? Or did you leave it with the cart?
So
Do you have your bird in the basket, or did you leave it with the cart?
you know what? Sure, I brought him with me.
Oh, lovely.
You know what?
The lid of the basket kind of pops up a little bit as the basket lid kind of sits over his eyes, as it's just kind of bringing his head back. Hello, hello. But then the seagull comes down. You bat it away as it tries to go for the tries to go for the fruit as it screeches in protest, and the bird Hoopo responds with a
I suppose this is what I'm going to be hearing for the next few hours. Huh?
yes.
I'm also making sure Hoopo doesn't eat any of the fruit.
Again, that is also going to be a constant battle.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Lovely. Birds. I can throw fucking deep dragons at you guys. I can throw horrible creatures. It's the birds. All I needed was birds.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in an Alfred Hitchcock film right now.
You sure we're not going with Birdemic instead?
Oh god. Damn it.
Grab your coat hangers.
Alternatively, I don't think we found out if this was an adult or not. So who knows? It could become the giant claw.
We don't feed after midnight. We do not get it wet.
And then it jumps into the ocean water.
No!
You thought,
You know what? He's with you alone. Have fun.
You thought letting the horrible deep parasite thing into the ocean water was the mistake, but no.
It's like a fucking oil spill.
Let's see. Ritual takes 8 hours to complete. Oh my.
I'm gonna be here for a while.
You're gonna be here for
I'm
a
gonna
while,
be-
yeah. In the meantime,
Might as well be tourists.
Chico is seeking out a bank and then a pet store. That'll be honestly, that'll probably be like a knowledge local, or I don't know. You do have Maria you could potentially ask. She's been here before.
Alright, I'll ask her. Hey, do you know if there's any banks owned by the Mordani here?
Vampire Bank. Yeah, there's probably a branch here in the city.
Ooh,
It's one of the it is one of the major capitals of the world, so I don't see why they wouldn't have a branch here. I never really went looking for it. My money tends to be with the Quadranon Union.
That's fair. I just need to make a withdrawal so I can buy some things for these birds.
Well, yeah, we go to the mercantile to the financial. What's the term they use it for? The financier district. If we go there, we should be able to find it. It's probably the one that looks like it's made out of gargoyles. Yeah, and
that sounds about right.
You spend about an hour with Maria going and finding a bank, and yes, indeed, there is a Mordani branch here. You're able to turn in your scripts of credit and cash them in for the agreed upon amount. After they what do you call it? After they accredit them as being genuine, you are then handed your owed money.
Woo! I slipped it onto my haversack.
Now, as for the... So, yeah, didn't mention it. It's like, okay, well, you've got your money. Is that all you wanted? Actually, no, you mentioned you wanted to buy something for the animals.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to bring these fellas along, but kind of
Definitely didn't seem like it was
they're kind of
definitely seemed like a improvised choice. Yes.
might as well take care of it. And
Well-
at least, it's good to have a cage so we can leave it at the cart at least if we need to in case we need to go somewhere important.
I'm just hoping. For a pet store or some sort of exotic animal care establishment, I wouldn't know where to begin looking at. Besides that, maybe the merchant district.
Well,
It's our best shot.
best chance, man, best shot.
Well then, let's go. Now she's going to have to roll. All right. It takes a bit longer than finding the bank did. Part of it is the size of the city. The other part is just the time. It's just finding your way in unfamiliar territory. What do you call it? Maria herself is familiar with Petrini to a degree, but does not know the place like the back of her hand. It's not native territory to her.
Enough.
But she is eventually able to find it. It takes like another hour and a half until eventually you find a place that looks like it might be able to do you. It's like a lot of the buildings, only this time this one is painted on the outside what looks like a menagerie of animals. The whole thing, rather than being stark white, is painted with detailed art of horses and dogs and cats and all kinds of exotic birds and frogs and fish and what do you call it, and stoats and mice and rats. Yeah. That's my
All right.
idea.
Well, yeah, this looks like it. I enter the shop.
All right. The moment the door opens, you are assailed by the sound of screeching birds, chittering rodents, and the various sounds of animals going about their days. The cacophony that assaults you immediately sets the bird off as it begins to against the hello. Woof, woof.
Mouth closed. A pinch. I walk to the store and go straight to the counter.
Mm-hmm. Contrary to possible expectation, there are no glass cages or anything. The birds fly free along the roof of the building. There looks to be a pen of some sort where rodents scuttle about. Some of them are segregated, looks like by size. And the cats recline and lounge on large ladderings and obstacle courses that hang from the ceiling and run across the walls. And they're just dogs and iguanas and various things just running underfoot. As you pick your way through the store, Maria does the same thing herself, being very selective about where she steps as all kinds of things running around. As you make your way towards a counter, which looks to be made out of rough-hewn wood. And behind the counter is a very tired-looking woman. Her hair is long and mossy green, runs down to about what you think might be her calves, looking from here. She's propped up in a large rocking chair behind the counter, with a big, floppy, moth-eaten rat that looks like it probably got dunked in swamp water at some point. A tattered dress that barely hangs off her form, and a staff clutched close to her, which drips with weeping willow and ivy and various bellflowers. And she's snoozing in her rocking chair.
I clear my throat and say, excuse me, ma'am?
Maria comes up, looks for any sort of like bell or hammer on the desk, sees nothing, and then takes her hammer, which she has strapped to her side, takes it off, grabs it just underneath under the hammerhead itself, so she's not like using the full leverage,
Yep.
and then just bump against the table, which causes it to shift and jump for a second, and then the woman jolts awake, and she goes, "Hey, me boy, hey,
Thank you, Maria.
you almost gave me a little bit of a heart attack there. Oh, how can I help you,
I'm
lovely
s-
ladies?"
I'm so very sorry. You wouldn't wake up, but I
I'm
was
very sorry.
curious if
I often forget I'm running a store. Oh, then, hello there. My name is Abe. I run
Abe.
this store for animals. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong way around. Animal store, yes.
Hello there. My name's Aiko.
Hello, Aiko.
I'm
It's
here.
nice to meet you.
I'm here wondering if you have any cages because I'll take the little bird out on the shore.
Oh, well, aren't you a little dear?
He and at this point I take the metaphorical clamp off his mouth.
Hello. Oh, aren't you just the sweetest? You've been taught manners. Hello.
That's all he says. Sometimes
Oh,
he
what-
repeats.
Some birds of mimicry often don't learn to say much more than the first few words they're taught. But even so, it's a remarkable show of your dedication as a trainer. I don't know why you would want a cage for this thing. It seems perfectly. Hello. Well trained.
Just so I can. It's just so I can have some place to put it in case of emergency. I'd rather not use it, but it's better to
Oh.
have one than to not.
Are you out of the house often?
Yes, unfortunately.
Oh, well, that's a shame. We at my store. I like to keep the animals free range. You see, I like to let them run free because that lets them. It's healthier. You see.
It is. I 100% agree.
And she kind of like puts the staff aside, reaches over the counter, and grabs the thing tries to grab the thing by its cheeks, and then because it's a bird, it doesn't have cheeks. She instead just kind of grabs it by the sides of his face and just go, "Oh, aren't you just the sweetest little thing?" Oh,
Oh, yeah.
just the same blank stare as usual. Well, he's definitely a man of simple worries and simple wants. We'll see what we can do for you.
Alrighty. And do you have any bird feed for the bird?
Oh well, I most certainly
I'm
do.
running low as well.
It depends on what you want. We got vegetable based. We've also got a pen full of mice and stoats if you're looking for that. You know
I'm
if
gonna go with.
do you know
I
if
think
it's a bird of prey or if it's a bird of not prey?
I'm gonna look at its mopey face. You know.
Just
I don't.
wide-eyed blinking.
Definitely a bird of prey, 100%. Can I have the vegetable blend, please?
Ah, well, that I can most certainly do. She sort of stands up and then bustles over to another section behind the counter. Says, well, we have a house blend that's a mix of different things. We got some mealworms, we got some corn, we got some various seeds and off product from different from flower growers and things like that. And we like to mulch it up and make it into an easily eaten little mix of various things and get a nice balanced diet for our birds. She pulls out a little burlap sack and then begins with a trowel just shoveling it from one bigger sack into the smaller sack. Oh, how much should you be wanting? She just continues shoveling more. It's like, oh, just say when. And she just keeps shoveling more and more and more.
How big's the bag? How big is
the bag itself? About the size of your head.
Can you fill up the bag?
I can do that. She until eventually the bag is full, and then she brings it up and then dumps it onto the table, and then ties it with a length of rope and says, Right then. And you wanted some cages.
Either either two or one big one. I have another one
good.
of these birds.
Well, unfortunately, we do have two birds. Two cages on offer. Only one is currently occupied. As she actually like turns around behind her, and you do see like a rack of various things, among which there are cages, in which one is currently sat what looks to be a parrot or a macaw or something like that. I'm not sure if you'd be able to tell the difference at this glance. That might be a nature check, but
Bird.
who cares, right?
Yeah.
As she reaches up, she brings one down, which looks to be made out of what looks you think might be like vine wood. This may have been grown this way. As she places it down on the table and says, "That's the one," and then she reaches up with her staff and then very tenderly takes the other cage down as the parrot unmovingly sits in the swing in the middle. This one's made out of what looks to be wrought iron. And she then very gently places it down on the desk and says, "Let's see if we can't coax him to come out and give up his little perching spot." And it's like, Donnie. And she kind of like reaches one kind of grubby finger in, pokes it. The swings back and forth a little bit. The bird doesn't respond, and then it just kind of rigidly onto the floor of the cage. Oh, I see. This is unfortunately. She then very like tenderly picks up the parrot and then tosses him onto the floor, upon which the cats immediately descend on it. Unfortunately, that was an ex-parrot, as she then pushes the other cage towards you.
Oh,
It is unfortunately shuffled off this mortal coil.
I know what you're referencing.
Thank
I
you.
won't stand for it.
well, ignoring that,
she has a very exotic form of snake that she has here. It's a python of a very particular type.
ignoring the red flags around me. Yes, I'll take this cage. I just want to get out now.
Wonderful. Then for the bird feed, that'll be a simple 1 silver for the sack. For the
Right?
homegrown bird cage with an all natural feel, it's organic. Yes. That'll be 2 gold pieces, and for the old one, which the ex-parrot dwelt, that'll be a single gold piece.
Which one is bigger? Or are they about the same size?
They're about the same size. They both look like they're made for like birds the size of what the parrot was.
Those things they can get pretty big.
This
Yeah, that's fine.
This one doesn't look like it flies. Oh, then she kind of like fishes around inside the cages for a second and detaches the swings to pull them out. I fear this one may be a bit too big for these, but we'll see. I don't think I've ever seen that. Like, are you fully grown? She kind of looks around at it. You might
Honestly,
you might
too
need
sure.
you might need a bigger cage over time. But
I'll get something bigger as things arise. I just need something right now.
okay, that's very good. Then, yes, that should give it a bit more room for it to stand if it's not a flying bird. Though, yeah, it's already quite big. I worry for it. It doesn't have a lot of room to move. But, unfortunately, we don't have any other cages available. Maybe check back sometime when you're, maybe in a couple weeks or something. I'll keep an eye out for cages on the market. Or I'll make another one myself. Takes a bit of time though. They take a while to grow if you want them to actually be sturdy. You gotta dry them out as well.
If push comes to shove, I can probably build something a little bit bigger. I just need to get around to doing it. But
Oh, a lady of handiwork herself. That's good. Love it. Good. Then that'll be 3 gold and 1 silver.
here you go.
Thank you very much. Pleasure
Yeah.
doing business with you.
very kind. Pleasure doing business with you.
As she gives you a little wave, as she reclines into her rocking chair once more and dips her ratty little hat back over her eyes. Maria, for the
There's
first time,
that.
speaks up and goes, "What an odd woman."
In a sense, everyone has their own oddities. It's not. But you know what? That's what makes people unique. I got what I need, so I think we should make our leave.
I think if nothing else, my time traveling in your group's company has informed me just how unique people can be.
Chaika will let out a little chuckle and go, "Yes, people. Yeah, yeah." And she'll walk out with her page and feet in hand.
Well then, you now have cages. Now, oh yes, Lynn had to, or we got Sully had to leave because, it's past midnight. I'll just give Sully a little goodbye. Was playing wonderful. There we go. Right. So the now to the rest of the group who have been serially neglecting, as Holo Holo is busy on the shore, and Chaiko is shopping for pet supplies. That's Druidic Pet Smart. What is the rest of the group doing?
I had a minor
Druidic
thing.
Pet Smart.
Actually, no, that's
Druidic
unfair because Pet Smart is awful. Anyway,
All these are awful, to be fair.
yeah,
Smart.
yeah. Right. Okay, Mark, you said you had a small thing you wanted to do.
Oh no, there was Siren.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You have a minor thing you want to do?
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could find a woodworking shop. Like a shop that would, like, the kind that would take commissions but also sell their own wood and tools if you wanted to make something yourself.
Carpenter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there's absolutely. This is a city that sees a lot of things being built for the military. There's absolutely carpenters all over the place, and particularly in the craftsman's district.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, yeah, shouldn't be too much of a difficulty navigating. Is anybody gonna go with you?
If anyone wishes to. It was a small detour,
that-
really. I was gonna go and then come back to the cart.
Well, if I get there back in time, might as well just go.
You're gonna be
If
gone for
I'm
like
back.
2.5 hours, so you're
Yeah, that's
busy.
fine. That's completely fine.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm-
Okay. Arya, Mark, Flick, anything you guys want to do while you're here in the city?
I actually was gonna once I because I'm assuming I parked the wagon.
Yeah.
I actually want to go back to the checkpoint with the guard station.
Okay.
But
What is
I'll
your
let everyone
intention?
else do their thing quick. I wanna ask them about local government, how things go. I also want to admittedly entertain the child with a dragon, but that's just because it's funny every time.
Of course.
But yeah, no, that's pretty much it there. Everyone else is more than welcome to go before me
Okay.
because I tend to ramble and I know that I do.
In that case, Siren is off looking for a carpentry shop. Vark, what would you like to do?
Honestly, I would go to the society.
Okay. And Flick.
Not sure off the top of my head. Trying to recall.
Well, I mean, worst,
Did
what do we call it? De facto, what Flick makes me think of, is there is a port. There are familiar people to carouse with, and potentially ask about your sister.
at the same time, where did same time, Santiago, he said, where was he going?
Well, he said he was going here with Diego. So he might
In
already be
that
here in
case,
the
I
city.
might. In that case, I might look around for him because I did proposition him to have a sword fight or a duel of sorts.
Wonderful.
Though how that's gonna pan out is another question.
Oh, yes, it is. Okay.
But we shall see.
We shall see. I think we'll wrap up this little bit of role play and then call the session there. And then next session we'll pick up with you guys scattered about the city doing your thing.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay. So Chaiko is getting done with her pet shopping. Siren, you seek out a carpentry shop or a carpenter. Are you looking
Yes.
for tools or are you looking to commission something?
I'm looking for a what is it? A wood whittling kit,
Ah.
so someone could whittle something.
Okay.
I want to buy 2 of those.
Okay, that's a fairly simple thing. Mostly it will just consist of a small knife, a whetstone, strop, a we call it a rough sandstone block, or we call it a sandstone block, but like a rough piece of stone used for smoothing wood, and a file. Yeah.
So I will buy 2 of those kits,
2 of them. See.
and I
Alright.
will DM you something relating to that.
Okay. Okay. It's simple enough. Each kit will run you a single gold piece, so 2 GP in total.
Gotcha. I will gladly pay that amount.
Yeah, the carpenter in question, a particularly fingerless dwarf with a close-cut beard, missing a pinky and his middle finger on his left hand, and his forefinger and his middle finger on his right. Clearly a hard worker, lots of scars to show for it. Despite his lack of digits, very deftly wraps your purchase in paper, binds it with twine, and sets it before you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the business. Take care.
You as well. And I will dash that and go back to the cart.
Lovely. Okay. In that case, next I think I'm gonna go with Flick. Actually, no, Mark. Mark, you seek out the Society Quadratica. Their headquarters here within the city of
One day
Trini.
I'll be able to see that name.
One day. Just think of Encyclopedia Britannica. Just Society Quadratica. Anyway,
Was that your reason for naming it that?
little column A, little column B.
Tomato.
It's the that's the reason why their big book is called the Encyclopedia Quadratica. So yeah,
Okay, for now, say that name to me slow.
the
What?
name of the organization
Yes.
is the Society Quadratica.
Quadratica.
Yes.
Yep.
Quadratica.
Yes.
Okay.
You're the Society Quadratica.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll practice.
Practice in the mirror.
Anyway.
Yes. Anyway,
Yeah.
so you seek out their headquarters here within the city of Petrini. Doing so is not difficult. Even asking your average person is going to get you some basic directions of, I'm pretty sure they're in that quarter, all the way to, oh yeah, I know exactly where they are. And it's very clear that they are both a source of pride for the city, as well as a source of consternation for the people living within it. Because the Society Quadratica is, you find very quickly a, what do you call it? You very quickly find has a reputation for eccentricity. Given the people you run into, not entirely strange or unexpected. And it's not quite like they've got the reputation for doing things like, I don't know, blowing holes in the city or something like that. But they have a reputation for pulling off some strange things, which is, I suppose, par for the course for the naturally curious. And in some cases, the naturally shameless. You're eventually pointed towards the doorstep of, in this case, the building is one of the few ones here that is a little more vertical than the rest. It seems like this one actually has a second story to it. And the building is decorated with long... I suppose the closest word would be a tapestry on the outside, showing nothing in written form, but whirling and intertwining patterns of varying designs and color schemes. And approaching the front door, which is a heavy set of double wooden doors, you're able to push your way in. And inside, as opposed to the floral smelling, hustle and bustle, loud, warm, even hot streets of Petrini, you step in and the doors close and click behind you, and it's serene. It's quiet. It's cool. There's solid marble that clacks underneath your boots. The walls are decorated in all kinds of strange artifacts. There's tables, there's paintings. Those tables themselves are host to strange things, masks of different shapes, what you think might be different types of instruments, cabinets, obviously locked, housing volumes of different sorts of literature. And the whole building smells like ink and old paper, and sandstone and wine. Just a fizzle at the edge of that melange is a fizzle of bitter burning incense. The building itself is mostly silent, with the odd bit of conversation echoing down from halls to your left and to your right, and forward and up the stairs. You hear a hint of music somewhere on the air. It sounds like a string instrument. And the building feels almost unassailable with how solidly it blocks out the noise from outside. You're in a long foyer. To both sides, there are beautifully crafted dark wood seats, chairs with padding and some sort of plush stuffing, leading through another open set of double doors leading into a large entryway. And at the dead center of that entryway, towards the far wall, beneath a set of double stairs wrapping around both sides of it, is a reception desk. Sat at the desk looks to be a young man of, you think, gnomish descent. He's got the sharp, angular face. He's squat like a halfling, but he's a little bit thinner, and he's got the sharper, more angled facial features. He's currently scribbling away at something on his desk, with a set of long raven black hair swept back and pulled back in a tight bun. As he's very busily jotting something onto paper. So yes, you found yourself inside the headquarters of the Society Quadratica. Before we carry on with that too much, Flick wants to go try and hunt down Santiago.
Yes.
Okay. For you, I'm going to ask for some sort of check.
What sort of check?
Well, if you're asking around where this guy might be either a knowledge local, or it might be maybe diplomacy.
Could try knowledge local just to start out with, and then if things don't quite go that way, maybe bump up the diplomacy a bit, perhaps, if you'd allow that.
I'd allow that.
All right. Let's see. 12.
Yeah. You're not too familiar with this place. Naturally, you'll be more at home in the port, but just asking around and trying to go off of your common sense and things you might have heard about this port city. A good thing happens when players start throwing bluff at plus 30. Yes, yes. Yes, indeed. Also, hi, Grim. Welcome in. We're about to wrap up for the day. The what do you call it? The port itself, you may have heard some things about things that have happened in the like on the docks of Petrini, but you've never actually in all your gossip managed to hear anything about the city itself. And as a result, you wouldn't really know the places to hunt down a lovable scoundrel like Santiago. So unfortunately, it doesn't get you any headway.
Yeah, maybe he's walking down the pier. Probably
Maybe.
not. Maybe he stopped in the bar somewhere. Check in there. Nope. So failing that, Flick...
if you pass by the pier looking from there, I would give you the same rundown that I gave Hollow Hollow. You see the massive Dryad ship parked at the very end of the dock, at the very end of the series of docking stations. And then almost in like descending order of height, you see, what do you call it? You see a galley, then you see a battleship, you see skips and sloops and what do you call it? And what do you call it? Pursuers? I forget. Interceptors. And various ships like that. All the ducks in a row. And all the different types of various sailors and men of the sea and women of the sea that you would expect from such a diverse cast of ships all docked here. But yes,
would I recognize the Elven ship from anywhere particular from my travels, or
the Dryad ships are famous in the maritime world. They're not too high in, like, there's very few in number. Overall, they number about 50-ish in total. Last you checked. Each one is grown from the oak tree that a Dryad lives in, and the Dryads themselves are venerated as being just about below divinity in the Titan's arm. A Dryad ship is when a Dryad's tree is cultivated in just such a way that the roots create a hull, and the tree eventually grows itself into its own ship, using the trunk as the mast, the leaves as the sail, and the roots as the hull. To create a living ship that can steer itself. Captained and controlled by the Dryad in question. That's why they're so rare, but that's also why they're so intimidating. Because a Dryad old enough, a ship that size, is probably one that's been alive for centuries and is very, very powerful indeed.
Oh yeah.
So not only do the people who want to contend with a ship that big, you have to fire up onto a deck that is about 30 to 40 feet raised at minimum from the sea level, with a bunch of elves firing down on them with the high ground advantage, let alone the ones up in the rigging. They also have to deal with any spellcasters on board and a very angry, more or less druid that is considerably powerful. So yeah,
So yeah, literal uphill battle in a sense.
yeah, this is why a lot of people don't tend to bother trying to rob these dryad trees, and why there are many travelers who try to book safe passage on them, because they are one of the more secure rides on the ocean, besides maybe one of the dwarven turtle ships, and they're safe for an entirely different reason. If you're a straight shooter and you have nothing to fear being caught out on, if you're not doing anything dishonest, travel on a dryad ship is typically not super difficult and not usually super costly either. They produce their own food while in transit. They also produce fresh water from the dew they collect off the ocean air. They're very self-sufficient and very hard to take down, and often just poor targets for raiders. So yeah, you would also know that they come from the Titan's Arm, which is going by both the clothing and what you've heard from Chaiko herself, is Chaiko's homeland. So you recognize that as well.
And the Titan's Arm is
Over to
farther
the west.
east, I take it?
Over to the
Oh,
west.
farther west, okay.
You look over, you see that long peninsula?
Yes.
That's the Titan's Arm.
Okay.
Specifically from what you remember Chaiko telling you guys, she comes from around the area towards the north, the pinkish area, in the lands of Fitzmarn.
I see.
So yeah.
Chaiko comes from the land of feet.
Yes.
I see.
They just give them away there. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, the wild-shaped dryad ship for a submersible. God, don't give me ideas. So you would recognize these. Now give me a diplomacy check as you ask around the familiar stomping grounds of the ports.
And this time using a bit more charm to try and elicit some information.
Mm-hmm.
A 14.
A 14.
Not much better.
Unfortunately, it seems like your usual charm isn't working here. Maybe you're a little bit out of practice after not spending a lot of time on the ships, not being around these sorts of folks. Maybe your attitude has shifted a little bit, traveling with a bunch of landlubbers with a very different way of living life. But you feel yourself kind of rusty and, weirdly enough, fish out of water, trying to step back into there. One of the first responses you get is something along the lines of, this one's spent a bit too long drying out at sea. How about that?
I mean, can you blame me, though? It's been a little over a year.
Lost your sea legs, then. Poor sap.
Yes, I have.
Flick's going soft, guys. We gotta make fun.
So yeah, you're mostly just kind of disregarded.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. You at least for the time
Flick.
being, you're not going to be able to track down Santiago at this rate.
Flick, by the end of his questioning phase, just kind of has his hands on his hips, just kind of shaking his head and looking around, saying, "I'm up a creek without a paddle. Guess I'll start out paddling with my hands then." And he just kind of resolves to sort of take a walk around the city, just see if he can spot him by eye.
Okay, give me a perception.
Not necessarily. Well, obviously actively searching him out, but being A
Casual.
bit more inconspicuous about it. Yeah, a bit more casual
Casual.
about it. Right, perception.
Cash
16.
perception.
Wow.
Improving by increments of
Each of these
2.
are in intervals of 2.
Oh,
That's really funny.
Okay. The you walk around the village, fucking no, city. You walk around the city. As you going from many place to many places, you're walking from district to district, all over the city. Not even just sticking to the docks, because you're not even sure if Santiago hangs around a place like that. You're never ever really able to nail down actually what kind of person he was, or what kind of likes he had. He was sort of a swashbuckling type like you, but that said nothing about whether or not he actually spent any time on a ship or anything. So you try and see if varying your approach maybe has you just kind of run across him. Man, that striking and dressed so flamboyantly should be pretty easy to spot. The only problem is everybody in this city wears red.
It's literally like finding a needle in a haystack.
Yeah, it's Rosino's national color. Go figure. A lot of people are wearing it. Varying shades, all the way from pink to crimson and scarlet. But people are wearing red. A lot of red. Red everywhere. Which means a man whose scarlet red blouse would normally stand out like a sore thumb blends in. Keeping an eye out, unfortunately, you're not able to nail him down. You can't find him. What you can find, though, you notice when walking past an alleyway, is what looks to be a back alley dueling circle. From what you know about places like this, I'll give you this for the knowledge local that you had. Rosino, as well as several cities in the Quadranon, are known for their dueling culture. It is a common way for many a up-and-coming upstart or bored nobleman to pass the time. But there's also, of course, the real freaks, the real blooded dueling maniacs that go on, basically like Santiago, the people who believe and embrace and thrive in the rush of combat, the spilling of blood, and the pumping of adrenaline. Junkies. Adrenaline junkies.
Very much.
And so it's known that the underground and also the official dueling circuit are known to attract these sorts. And there are, you understand, there are official channels for competing in dueling competitions, or just legitimate ways to register a duel and have it between two people who maybe need to sort out a quarrel between each other. The law supports it, and there are official channels through which they conduct it. But for those who don't want to go through the official channels, who don't want to pay, who want to keep 100% of the money they make from the duel, or who just want the thrill and none of the regulations that a duel would have, essentially the people who want to kill, do it in the back alleys. The only time a duel is legally allowed to be to the death is over a grievous disagreement that cannot be resolved through compromise. Usually things like killing a member of your family or somebody who was close to you. So yeah, you do see what looks to be some sort of back alley dueling match between, honestly, a couple of rank amateurs, but it's a decent looking gathering. place like this, Santiago might drift towards, but then again, you don't know how common these are throughout the city. He might just be sitting on another one of these on the other side of the city.
Even so, wouldn't hurt to give it a try, at least.
Okay. I think that's what we'll leave you
Even
for the
before
time being.
Flick begins his Fight Club arc.
Oh boy, you want to talk about Fight Club? Anyway, I'm going to leave you there for the time being as I once more just switch back to Vark real quick before we finish up the session.
Right.
Oh, Quest, I also did DM you the thing.
Alright.
Did I read it? Oh, there's another one. Yes, let's see.
I was actually going to say that thinking more on it, I wouldn't have to ask the guard lady what the primary central power structure is because the Society Quadratica is here. I was going to ask if it was okay with the Vark if Kari ended up tagging along. If not, it's totally fine. He can come later.
Neglected Aria.
No, it's fine. I totally. I realized I ran off and did my usual thing. So if Vark doesn't mind Kari hanging in the back, I'm okay with that. But if not, I'll just show up later.
Oh, and actually, you know what? I think after Siren would have left the wood shop with her stuff, she'd go find the Society Quadratica
Okay.
to meet up with them there.
You would end up getting there a little bit later.
That's fine.
Okay. Vark, what is your input on this? Do you want to go on your own?
Nah.
I was about to say it's
Let them
totally
come.
fine. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like they're actively annoying him. It's just something he would have liked to do alone. But he won't complain if they ask if they can tag along.
I mean,
see,
I
okay.
don't think we. I mean, Siren personally would go regardless of whether Vark was going or not. So it's not like she
No.
needs to tag along. She'd kind of just go and look for her own things.
I'm only going because Vark was going to use Kari as a test subject to research the deep, so he figured going there's probably a better idea.
Behold, my thesis.
Behold, me. Everybody guns me down in the hallway.
Yeah. Okay. It sounds like you guys are at the very least gonna follow along behind afterwards. Speaking of following along behind, there was somebody who was tailing Vark. Because she had nothing better to do. Is shortly after Vark following into the building is Mitra.
Oh, his girlfriend.
Ooh.
Wouldn't go that far. Yes. She literally has nothing better to do in this city and was curious. Which, weirdly enough, makes her fairly qualified for joining the society. Who knows? Anyway, I write my thesis on punching people. And that could qualify, because there are boxing experts within the society. But yeah. Before you is a receptionist, what looks to be a young gnome male with long black hair that's been tied back into a bun.
For the first good minute or so, Vark actually doesn't move away from the entrance. Like, he closed the door behind him, yes. But after that, he is actually just taking in everything, really. What you described earlier, the sights, the smells, the sounds of the music playing, all that kind of stuff. In a way, he's staring in reverence, almost. This is, after all, the place where Lydia had basically worked and lived for a good portion of her life. And while he isn't, again, revering her or worshipping her, in a way he is idolizing her, and to walk through the same hall that she did, that's special to him.
Okay. The silence, or the near silence, of the halls of the Society Quadratica is heavy. As you can begin moving and stepping towards the desk, each footfall on a beginning at the doorway, first couple steps are on clean marble as your boots clack across it with a crystal clear crispness. But when your boots take their third step, they meet a long, worn but still clearly red we call it rug or carpet that extends all the way to the front desk, as if to roll out the red carpet, so to speak, to invite whoever may be entering. Come in, experience what we have to teach you. Across the walls, there are portraits of people in their prime, people in their elder years, families, solo individuals, but all clearly hung up in places of prominence and respect as they are in direct display on the large walls with nothing to impede their vision. And hanging over the foyer itself is a large brass chandelier with flickering blue candles, a sign of ever-burning flames. And as you approach the front desk, the young man behind it finishes scribbling on something with a quill, puts it into an inkwell, looks up and says, "Good afternoon, all of you. How may I be of assistance? Welcome to the Society Quadratica. Welcome you all here to our humble house of learning."
At the mention of all of you, Vark kind of stops and turns around.
A few steps behind you, just off to your left flank a little bit, you see Mitra, who raises two of her hands to kind of give you a shy wave. And then further back, you see Karya and Siren just kind of hanging back in the foyer a little bit, having been just a bit behind you.
Siren
Wave.
waves and gives two thumbs up.
We're here to support you.
Absolutely. We're here for you.
Yeah.
There's so
And Vair, the dragon's here too. Yeah.
Vark's expression is yeah, go on.
Vair just like he's got his head craned back, his eyes are wide as he looks up to one section of the inviting hall, far above, where there is a massive preserved dragon skull hanging from wires.
Ooh.
I cover Vair's eyes.
That's going to be us. Not dead, but
Suspended.
Elevated.
So yes, ascended. No, but Vark's expression is as usual, very unreadable. You know, a big poker face. But it's very clear how, you know, to those who are at least somewhat perceptive, it's very clear that his eyes meet Mitra. Nothing. His eyes meet Karya. He visibly tenses up.
The reaction.
His eyes meet Siren. They relax again.
Just looks at Karya. It's the bulls in the china shop.
Yeah, basically.
Siren mouths like soundlessly mouths to Vark, "I'm taking care of him, don't worry."
Slowly whittles like a collar from wood.
No.
Excuse me, but what was his name? As Kari points to the dragon.
It's already begun.
The questions already
I'm
have
kidding.
begun. You actually call this out?
You know what? Actually, sure. Yeah, I'll just point.
Oh, That one is an excavationary piece. That one was exhumed from the small island of Tricus at one point. We're not sure, but we think the materials that were exhumed from or the dug up from the same area point to a large earth dragon in the area.
Oh,
Um,
it's my boy.
that
Died.
he died. He fucking died. It was buried deep within the soil. It looked to have been it looked to have perished long ago. The material from the time mostly worked in epithets and titles, things like the Quaker, the Master of Sinkholes, the Ground Ripper, Village Squisher, but we think his name was Tanathuthrax.
I'm
We
really
wait,
sad that-
the one who discovered him nicknamed him Tawny because of the scale color he would have had in life.
Oh.
But yes,
I see.
Hello, Tawny.
reportedly he would have been about, given the size correlating to his age, he would have been at least 1500 years old.
Interesting. Wonderful. Okay, Vark. I believe we have a good first stop. They know how to inspect dragons. March, 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 march.
Uh,
Vark's lips are pressed into a very fine line.
I assume your friend there is looking for experts on draconology, or given the he eyes Vair, the peculiar coloration of the one next to you.
can I
Among
like
other
say over to
things.
Vark? Can I say, it's all right. Do whatever it is you came here to do. I will help him look for anything related to the deep. You have your time here, Vark. I know this is special to you. Don't worry about us. I just kind of go over to make sure Karya isn't going to actually break the glass thing he's poking at right now.
Yeah,
Karya, wait!
walking around, great sword sticking out from his back. Oops.
Please be mindful. You're very big.
Yes.
I hope that you are small.
You with a look of consternation becoming ever more present on your face, Mitra just kind of like wrings her hands and goes, I can step out if you want.
No, I'm not worried about you. You are
It's-
welcome to
it's
stay.
It's an interesting look to see a woman with 6 hands wringing all of them.
Yeah.
Wouldn't resurrecting the dragon be downright hilarious? It would be for the dragon.
Oh my.
But yes, she says, "Okay, if you're sure, I'm just kind of here because." She's kind of wide-eyed, looking around the room. This is wow. Never seen
Yes.
this many books.
It is. Wow. And he slowly turns towards the.
Well, the gnome appraises you and says, "Well, it seems your friends are perfectly capable of seeking out the assistance they require, despite the fact that they did not stop to actually get any directions around the building. Hope they have a good sense of direction. But you, I assume you're here for a purpose, given the way you came in."
Yes, I apologize. My name is Vark, I am beloved. I
Kind of
seek to.
cants his head a little bit and squints an eye as you continue.
I seek to become a member of the society. I come here upon invitation.
Indeed. Can you tell me who invited you?
I'm already looking up
Yes.
his name, don't worry.
Yeah. So technically it's her, but he's gonna say, the member of your society I was in personal contact with was Sir Hieronymus Ainsworth Vanderbilt.
Ah,
So
yes.
I come on behest of. I open up my notes. I come on behest of Lydia the Rose.
He doesn't so much as flinch as he is momentarily startled by that as he was reaching for his quill, and then he stops and looks at you and says, I haven't heard that name in a while. Not for any other purpose than writing papers, speculative pieces. You're Lydia's boy. She said that we should expect you. Seems
For once, he looks kind of sheepish.
he seems to, like,
boy.
his hands go all over the desk. He's reaching for things. He's pulling out like drawers and goes. She left us a notice. She said to expect a strange young boy, white hair, and skin like night. And I thought she might have been exaggerating or being like purple prose, but I didn't think she'd be so literal. Then again, it was Lydia. Of course she was literal. She was always literal about everything. He continues going through. You see like letters dropping out of drawers. You see wands scattering on the floor. She left us some very particular directions. We thought we thought when she had left us that missive and then disappeared off the face of the earth that she'd passed away at the top of her tower or something. But last we knew, she was researching something. And then she disappeared, and decades later, you show up as he stops, and he emphatically gestures towards you. You show up.
He for once he looks actually taken aback, almost embarrassed in a way, and just kind of awkwardly shrugs. Yes, here I am.
Welcome. With Hieronymus's invitation and him being a member in good standing, sometimes only barely, but Lydia being your direct sponsor, if you want to join, welcome. Do you have your compass loge, your horloge?
I do. Well, not my own. It is technically speaking hers.
Good.
And
Do you have Lydia's compass horloge?
Yes, I do. And he opens his travel backpack, and it itself is wrapped. Well, first, it's he actually takes very good care of it. So, if I remember correctly, it was in a box, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the box itself is wrapped in linen, basically a linen bag, and that is then wrapped, or rather put into an insulated bag,
Okay.
a sealed bag, to make sure that no water gets in there. So he kind of rocks it a little bit, opens the seal, unfurls that bag, unfurls the second bag, and then reaches into the third bag, pulls the box out, and then opens it and hands it to him.
Wonderful. This is, if there was any doubt, this is all the proof we needed that what you're saying is true. This was Lydia's compass rose. This was her own personal horloge. Many of the more distinguished members of the society get their own personal one made, or have their starting ones altered. You, of course, may hold on to that, perhaps have it altered at a different date. But regardless, that is yours now. That is your badge of office within the society. That is your way of identifying yourself and proving your membership. And if anybody ever questions whether or not you are a member of the society, you need only show them that. And if they have even the slightest shred of what it means to be a member, they will know that only we are capable of creating those. And as he pulls out another box of his own, small one, about the size of maybe something you can put like a wedding ring in, he pops it open. Second. Now, you may commission another one of these at a later point. You, being a member of the society, are privy to this, though once you improve your standing with the society, you'll have greater privileges opened to yourself. Among other things, you'll be able to request assistance. Get a subscription to the Encyclopedia Quadratica. Yeah, I recommend you have a solid address for that one. We're working on a conjuration portal-based system that will teleport it directly into your vicinity or even into your bag. But that one is still in trial. We've had far too many cases of people being crushed by books, so still in the works. But if you have a solid address that you would like to, every member gets a free subscription to the encyclopedia. So every time a new installment is released, it is mailed straight to their home, where they can eventually build out their collection. They are published with generally good regularity. Anytime one of the members of the society submits their findings and feels confident in presenting it to the society, is then included in the next edition of the Society Quadratica's encyclopedia. Usually, each edition has a theme, so that it's more easy to digest and they can be labeled and stored in a way where someone can reach for a particular book if they're looking for a particular type of knowledge, rather than everything just kind of being muddled together. If that interests you, and you have a place you would like to have it shipped, please let us know. If not, you can always backstore that until such time as you do find yourself a solid residence, in which case we can ship it to you. That aside, I have a much more special, I suppose. Not that knowledge isn't special, but this in particular is a society specialty, as we are the only people who have cracked the code on how to create these. Let's see then. What is that? 1 second. He pulls out a small gem as he takes the compass rose, the horologe, takes the little gem, which looks to be in a, what do you call it? In a ellipsoid shape. So it looks kind of oval-like.
It's an ironstone evidence.
Yes. And it's a pale lavender color. As he presses it into the empty slot in the middle of the horologe, it clicks into place, and the thing lights up as the rose petals and the thorny vines that accentuate and run the course around it glow and light up with a light lavender color. As you now have in your horologe an ion, a cracked pale lavender ellipsoid, which you will be happy to know he says, unfortunately, these particular ones are from one of the earlier generations. It was set aside for you by Lydia. She wanted it as something of a. She didn't want to leave anything too permanent. She didn't want to spoil you, in her words, but also she wanted something that would hopefully help you in your pursuit of knowledge if you decided to join us, and could potentially protect you while you were doing that. When, if you do decide to join us, eventually be able to replace it with your own ones. Something that may be perhaps a bit more permanent, something that you like, and her deciding for you what you should have on you. She didn't want to be your mother. Or so she said. Honestly, I don't even know how that woman worked sometimes. Yes. Effectively, if you don't already know, Vark, while you have this gem in the Horloge, the next 5 spells of 2nd level or lower will be absorbed, having no effect on you.
Rod absorption, yeah. Okay, so it's a cracked version. Fair enough. Ooh.
We started work on those particular because we had a particular issue of Aerodyne priests taking pot shots at our people back then, as well as in Lydia's case, from what she said, competing with the Nayans. So so was the claim she made. Regardless, considering the amount of magic there is out in the world, you'll doubtless find this useful. And if you ever need a replacement once it burns out, then we're here. And there's always the option of contacting us via letter, having a new one commissioned and shipped to wherever you are currently. That probably will require you to stay in one place or have it sent to a place you know you're going to be soon. Typical difficulties if you're often on the move. As he then says, additionally, the dues for your membership have been paid for the next 10 years. So you'll be a member in good standing with your membership dues fully paid without issue. And so you'll be able to put your mind to your academic pursuits with the full support of the society behind you and Lydia's legacy and expectations without having to worry about money. Well, except for, if you want to commission anything or if you want to hire the services of one of the experts here, but that's entirely, I think, within your means. If you've made it here from wherever you were. Honestly, I'm surprised it took you this long to get from that tower all the way here. It's not a far walk. Did you get lost?
I have been waylaid.
That's a hell of a waylay. Regardless, so Lydia naturally didn't tell us much. At the very least, she was a fairly tight-fisted woman when it came to information. Vark, your beloved, not the expected. You're supposed to arrive by surprise. Yeah, there you go. Vark always arrives exactly when he is needed.
Yes.
So he says, last we knew of her, and this was the scuttlebutt going for decades now, has had people arguing and speculating for quite some time, was that she was working on a few projects before she disappeared, including one very big one. And because I'm a professional, I'm not going to pry. I'm not going to ask that you tell us what it was. Whether you know it or not, don't tell me, because that'll be as much of a yes or a no as if you did. As if you did or didn't. But whatever it is, I hope she saw it to completion. Because if it did, it's doubtless something that would benefit us all quite a lot. And hopefully you're able to bring that to larger society with your ongoing work, as doubtless you've got very big shoes to fill, but at the same time, Lydia thinks you can do it, then I'm sure you can. So, normally, when someone joins the Society Quadratica, it's usually with a pre-existing body of work or specialty they wish to delve into. Is there a niche of academia you find yourself particularly well versed in, that you wish to specialize in, or are you still discovering that?
I have a field of research I'm currently humoring, and I have come to the society, at least partially, to conduct research in that field.
Indeed.
So,
What have you got in mind?
Only natural to make this my body of work. The effect of abyssal corruption on fauna and flora alike.
You're talking about the deep earth corruption. I see.
Yes.
That's not the first time somebody's delved into it, but certainly not a common pursuit. An interesting choice.
Is that so?
Well, yes, we do have some works from people who have delved into it before. Unfortunately, rather scant. Unfortunately, those who went after it often didn't last too long. Those who delved very deep into the earth were able to bring back some very illuminating information about the dangers which the deep poses. But all we ever really found out was that deep down there is incredibly dangerous. There's, if I remember correctly, again, it's not my specialty, but what I was able to find out and what was talked about at the time is that the deep is very dangerous. Anything that lives or grows down there is twisted into something bigger, meaner, more lethal, or simply collapses underneath the weight of its mutations and dies. Both are, from what the research shows, fates worse than death, or well, they're terrible ways to. Both are terribly agonizing. But that is also part of the reason why it is so lethal down there, and that competition only drives the creatures down there to be even crueler and even more lethal. One paper spoke about a mutated lion whose head had been replaced with the tufts of a dandelion, which would float off of its body, seek out living, warm creatures, and then latch onto them. Mind you, these dandelion puffs were about the size of your arm in length, and the thing would latch and would root its way into the flesh of the creature. And any creature such affected, the lion would then immediately know their location anywhere in the cave system. They said as soon as their guide was attached by this thing, the lion in question came rushing immediately and with complete accuracy pounced on their guide, despite the fact that it had no head and therefore no eyes or ears. And supposedly its claws were tipped and dripped with. After they managed to finally subdue it and kill it, they took a sample of the wounds its claws left, and its claws dripped a terrible alkaline solution that somehow managed to come worryingly close to functioning as a universal solvent. And that was just a lion. A few more of those seem to crop around. They mostly found them, go figure, in the deep underneath the jungles off to the east. They coined the term for the creatures to be alkalions. Very terribly clever. What isn't cute though is just how lethal these things are, especially if they hunt in packs. And that's just one example. And not even talking about any of the plants or the fungi that grow down there, or the deep dragons. all we've
Did
learned about
somebody
the
say-
all we've
I-
learned
I
about
ha-
all we've learned about the deep is that it is very dangerous. And unfortunately, no matter how much the people who delve down there protected themselves with magic, eventually they typically succumb to the sickness that the deep corruption put on them. Every single person that studied the topic died at a relatively young age. If you're going to investigate this topic, I would be very, very careful. It would be a shame for Lydia's student to pass away so quickly because of delving into such a dangerous subject.
Thankfully, I need not investigate the deep directly. I have two promising research subjects.
Really? Two deep tainted subjects this far up to the surface? It's practically unheard of.
By the way, Siren is currently trying to convince Karya to stop trying to wrestle a stuffed taxidermied bear statue. Trying to convince him that it is not real and thus poses no threat.
Who would bring such a beast into such the holes of such knowledge? It makes no sense.
It was steady. It's please.
I understand trophy hunting, but it's. Anyways,
Vark simply points a points a thumb over his shoulder at Karya.
The gnome goes stock still at that and says, "They're walking in our building right now." Why are they not in a lead-lined box? Well, like, forget that. Lead-lined coffin. Do you understand?
I am well aware, and sorry, I have to word this carefully. I have to speak Varg right now. 1 second. I'm missing a word, and I hate it.
You know it in German?
Not the strength of their corruption.
Intensity?
Intensity. Thank you. Yeah. I am well aware. I have already done tests together with a colleague of mine in regards to the intensity of the corruption that he and the other subject in question radiate. It is not dangerous unless the object in question is exposed for a long period of time.
or if one of them falls unconscious.
Seems to calm down at least a little bit as he says, "Okay, that's definitely at the very least not as bad as the rate of corruption when directly down deep. But still, that does say to me that it's still imparting a minimum amount, even with basic proximity. The rate may be diminished, but at the same time, that is still a considerable risk to have around you at all times without any significant protection." Yes, she starts to look
All
you
the
up and
more
down. And says,
important is it that I indulge in research regarding the subject. I can only combat it if I know what I'm dealing with.
Right. You're absolutely correct. I can't impinge on a fellow society member, even a new one's choice of subject, let alone the way he goes about it, so long as he does so with due caution. I only wish they weren't currently...
Admittedly, he followed me in here.
He followed me.
When your test subject operates under the same mentality as a lost border collie, I start to question your research methods just a tiny bit.
Corruption aside, he is much less dangerous than any of the deep monsters.
Given the fact that he hasn't immediately tried to kill all of us, that was immediately evident.
Except that one time. What?
Except that one time.
Don't bring that up.
Don't bring that up.
You're off wrestling a taxidermied bear.
Yes, I am. I've never seen. I was thinking about. I was like, thinking about it. Kari would have probably never seen taxidermy before.
Yeah.
He would have actually assumed for a moment that a
it's-
fucking bear has broken.
Yeah. It's
Just standing
like-
there,
you grab it, and
menacingly.
it feels unnaturally stiff, and like the flesh is like completely unyielding. It's like grabbing wood.
What's strange and
Hmm.
magic? What Quadratica-
Karia, please place
He's
it. Put it down.
paralyzed.
He's
He's
just standing
paralyzed.
there,
They've put this
menacingly.
stasis, and it's been in there for so long. Its muscles have turned hard. It's petrified.
No, it's dead. It's hard because it's dead.
I will put this
Please.
creature out of its misery. It should
No,
not be allowed
don't!
to-
It's already dead. Please.
This
But
creature has been
shifting
suffering
perspective for a
eons.
second, the door next to this current display creaks open. What the bloody hell's happening up? Karia! Well, hello there!
What?
As
Hieronymus.
Hieronymus
Hieronymus.
steps out. Well, this
Hieronymus,
is a lovely surprise.
Thank goodness
Yes,
it's you.
I was just about to put this poor creature out of its suffering. It seems to have been in such a state for a very long time.
Adjusts his monocle. 1 second as I womp. There we go. As he adjusts his monocle, looks it up and down, thinks, and then says, "Well, I could have sworn," as he like, gestures up to the side of its head, as you've currently got it like in a grapple, taps the side of its head where there is a cleanly and very carefully knit section. I could have swear when I put it out of its misery myself not too long ago.
Her will look. He's probably about the size of this fucking bear. He'll look. Oh, I see. It is.
Stuffed
Already
and dead as a doornail. It is an ex-bear.
People do this. Is this what they'd call a hobby?
Yes, indeed. In fact, there are many professional taxidermists out there who will go through an entire process of preserving the fur and the bones and replacing the eyes with glass ones so as to make it look as realistic and as alive as possible to commemorate its past life and my triumph over its fleeting ephemeral being. And also, I like the way that it looks and how it scares little children away from my office door.
Oh, very strange.
Ah,
Step, let the thing go, put the sword away. Oh,
Thank
of
you.
course.
Thank you very much. Also, if you ever draw live steel within the parameters of these sacred halls again, I will shoot you.
Oh, I see. It's one of those institutions.
We take great pride in how clean and how organized we keep the place, and how not destroyed our artifacts are. I say a sword of that size does not belong being drawn in a place like this.
This is good to know. I will keep this in mind should we ever fall under siege.
Appreciate
I
it.
already told you.
Well, yes, but Siren, how do I put this? You
Very
are,
clearly, Karya here does not listen to women.
No, you misunderstand. I simply was very concerned that an animal had broken loose at first, and then I realized it would
Arya.
potentially be suffering.
Karya, all jokes aside, look at me for one moment. This bear was standing completely motionless, propped up against a wall with its paws raised, made no motion to bite you, and you still thought it was a threat. Do you work on motion recognition? Or is your brain completely faulty?
Perhaps I've had some long days.
Perhaps you need some
Yeah.
sleep and a nap.
I suppose that would be the case.
As humorous as
Mark,
this
where
is,
will they-
I would like it if you leave my commemorative trophies unmolested. That said, it's delightful to see you all. I'm glad you all took us up on the offer to come visit. I suppose I assume Vark is here to have his induction done.
Yes, indeed. I believe that we are all, well, admittedly, I came here looking for more research material and hopefully find out some more on Vark and his planning.
Oh, very exciting.
Indeed. And, Siren, why are you here, actually?
I came here to help research the very same thing that you were looking for, and also to do some research on my own about the possible machinations of disappearing villages.
Disappearing villages. Oh, very specific.
Yes, very specific.
I dare say, too specific. But yes, quite far too specific to be a chosen field of study, I would think. Rather, more of a very specific instance of personal interest.
Yes, very much so.
Well then, I dare say here in Petrini, you are quite in luck, as we have one of the, if not the foremost magic university in all of the Quadranon, and indeed the entire Gadric Isle, as well as quite a few arcane and other such magical experts here within the walls of the society. Though, of course, not all of them are currently present. Many are currently out on their own studies. My stalwart assistant, Miss Deminova, being one of them. In fact, you just missed her as she departed. She said she got a letter from a colleague about something particularly interesting.
Oh, did she mention what it was?
Something or other dragon. I don't believe I understood most of it.
I would like to find your friend or assistant.
Unfortunately, she set off and she made headway by means of teleportation magic, and so I believe you will be in pursuit for quite a while. And I do not even know where she went. She tends to be a bit not willing to inform me about some things. She holds to herself quite closely. When we collaborate, it is spiffingly and as a great team. When we don't, she doesn't tell me anything. Grown woman. She's allowed to do what she wants.
Of course. Kara will look to Vark and go, Vark, my friend, I'm going
Carrying,
to take
like,
Siren here.
To be fair, you guys are like a ways down a hall. You're not within eye shot of each other at the moment.
Oh,
Or else he wouldn't have gone like, oh, I do hope Vark is here. We would have immediately seen him.
that's true. I thought he was just locked on Kari, squaring up with a bear and didn't even bother looking past him.
You guys had a nice wander down a variety of halls. You guys don't actually know which way you came at this point.
Oh God, we're lost.
Hmm.
Well, my
Hey,
friend, it has been great. Hieronymus, it has been great to see you again, my friend.
Yes, indeed it has. As he takes your hand and gives it a solid shake.
Shake. If you could be so kind as to point Siren and I towards any research material on the deep, or
Deep.
perhaps.
Ooh, well, that will most likely be in our, of course, it will be in our library. You'll probably be looking for either the section on energies or on geography, depending on what type of deep you're looking at. If you're looking for the deep, as in what is below our feet, you'll be looking in the geography section of the library. If you're looking for the properties of it and the effect it has on people, you'll be looking at the energies section.
I believe it would be energies then.
Yes, if that's what's plaguing Vair and I, as well as all of the things around us, then I
Indeed.
suppose you're correct.
Speaking of
Oh.
which, I recommend you not tarry in the building for far too long, considering the effect you and your friend, your brother, sometimes have on these surroundings. It will take it will probably take a decent amount if you tarry for too long to purge it from the surrounding area.
That would make sense. Yes,
I normally
did
wouldn't
intend
be
to stay
such a
for
stickler about this, especially when we were back in the village, but we have many very fragile old artifacts in the area, and we do not want them to be degraded as a result.
I understand. I don't suppose we're allowed to take any of the books.
Take? No. Peruse and skim? Absolutely. If you wish to take out any books, you must be a valid member of the society, and all books taken out are held in liability.
I see. So I will find them, and then we will find Vark, wherever he is in this maze, and give him a list. Wonderful. Well, Hieronymus, I appreciate you.
Very well.
Where is the library?
I shall do you one better. I shall lead you there. It will lead us past the front desk, where I assume Vark is still going through his induction process, and we can run across him there. I can see him once more, shake his hand, and welcome him into the family. and then we can make a trip to the library, where doubtless he wishes to go as well. Jumping back to switching perspective again to the front desk, where now Vark has a series of stacks of paperwork, which he's gone through the process of signing, as well as a new neatly folded letter with a red ribbon binding it and a wax stamp, which is his proof of membership and identification, which is the legal document that signifies him as being a member of the society, where the horologe is his badge that is meant to help him identify on quick inspection, as well as the proof of ownership of the horologe and of the ion stone, which are handed over to him, to which the gnome says, "So, I'd like to officially welcome you into the Society Quadratica. Welcome in, Brother Vark, most beloved. We have high hopes for you."
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor.
Well then, being a novice member, though with your dues paid, you have access to the various facilities around the building. You also have full freedom to interact with, question, debate, argue, fight with the other members over various topics, and you have the full freedom to pursue your own particular interests at your leisure. Once you have collated enough information, or you perhaps are a bit lost and don't know which way to go, you are always free to get back into contact with the society and submit your findings or ask for guidance. All of us, one of the core tenets of the society is that we always believe that we are all students constantly learning, and so no one particular member is above being questioned or requested for help.
Thank you very much. I'll keep that in mind.
You're very welcome. Now then, I have a bunch of cleaning up to do, he says, looking at all the paperwork, and I've got these things to file away, and this stuff to do in triplicate, things to return to the library. New memberships are always very exciting, but always so much work as he picks up these massive tomes with his tiny body and hops down off the chair. Which is just in time for Hieronymus and for Karia and Siren to come strolling into the foyer. That, I think, is what we're going to call a session for the time being.
Hooray!
Yay.
Sounds good.
So next session, Vark, Siren, Mitra, who's been very quiet, and Karia will be taking a trip to the library. Holo will be, hopefully, finishing up his time by the sea. Flick will be ambling around looking for Santiago, and Chaiko is going to be busy putting some birds in some cages. As for Malady, we'll see when she gets back, but I have plans for her. Him. Anyway, Grim, thank you very much for the self-care, and thank you guys for playing. And everybody for
Of course.
watching.
Thank you for,
Yep,
thank you
yep.
for hosting.
Always love it.
Anytime.
Always happy to have all of you. Now then, I'm going to go ahead and usher us out. I need some sleep. It is 1:30 in the morning, and I think those of us who are
Yes.
on the
And I
European
need some
time scale
food.
need to get some sleep. Yes. Everybody else, please see to your biological needs.
Yes.
And regardless, it has been a good time. Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Have a good
Agreed.
weekend, everybody. Take care of yourselves. It's a rough world out there, and I'll see you next time.
Hopefully
Bye-bye.
tomorrow.
Hopefully tomorrow for
Bye-bye.
Genesis.
Hopefully, yes.
Where
Yeah.
we finish up the first season, quote unquote.
Yes.
Yes.
With as you stated,
We
it,
run
starting
and we
off
explode.
a good old dungeon crawl. Wee. Night, everybody.
Farewell.
Yeah.
Good night.
Bye.
Farewell.